Well, good afternoon and welcome to a sun-drenched Charles Riley Reserve for this round 13 field to go and play Premiership clash between the North Beach Eagles and the Fremantle Coburn Roosters. I'm David McRae. I'll be in the box with you this afternoon for what is an enthralling game. We've got a lot of enthralling games going on this afternoon. All the top teams playing each other in segmented kickoffs. We've got today, this is the first game here at 3:30 and the following games at 4:30 and 5:30. So we'll bring you those score updates as we go in. But this is an enthralling clash. If you saw the game from last week, the defending Premier and the first place by literally 1 point, North Beach Eagles, who are at home today hosting the Roosters, they went down to the last place Rockingham Sharks as we bring up the results from last week in what was probably the upset of the season and really opened up the race for top spot between, as you see in the top there, the South Perth Lions. So the South Perth Lions doing it in the end easily over the Giants. Well, that one is not correct, so that's completely wrong. We won't talk about that at all, so we'll take that off the screen. But it was the North Beach Sea Eagles going down to the Rockingham Sharks last weekend in, again, what was probably the upset of the season and really opened up the race for top spot. They're currently maintaining their hold in top spot literally by 1 point with South Perth Lions chasing at their heels. They're kicking off at 4:30 later today, and I'm sure there'll be people in both camps with an eager eye on both results. Let's have a look at the team of the week from last weekend across the park and the top players across all the divisions, across all the teams, as we see there. And quite a few Sharkies in that list as well. Again, it was probably their performance of the year. Jared Whitty, Chris Simmons, and Terence Ramika as well. I think only one Rooster. They had a challenging game last week, but this is a big game for both sides. This top four's pretty much set for 2025. So this is all about, for the North Beach's sake, about maintaining their stranglehold on top spot. And for the Freo Roosters, finding some form, making sure they keep in touch with the likes of Willagy that are challenging them for third spot. But we're only a few minutes away from kickoff. And what should be a pretty entertaining clash. Referee Scott Spittles with the whistle today, as usual, on Super Saturday. One of two games, double header, will be going upstairs. I'm going to call it upstairs, up the top end of Darwin TRL Stadium later on this afternoon. Might see if we can live cross to them at half time for a big clash between the Darwin brothers and the Northern Sharks, and what has some bearings on their finals as well. So Scott Spittles in the middle is getting called at. We're only a few minutes, only a few seconds away from kickoff. Looking for the ball. So it will be Freo to kick off first and the home side, the Sea Eagles, to receive. Waiting for the kickoff. Scott Spittles blows his whistle and we're underway. Round 14. Clock is working now. So North Beach, first opportunity with ball in hand. Got to use this short edge. Slow to his feet. Wants to duck off inside. Hit up target here. Here comes the kick. Complete their set. Taken well at back. And Freo have a chance to relaunch. First time they've got ball in hand. Up on the 30. First tackle. Spotted a runner. Woolley with his first run in the game. Dragged down was eventually Beattie. Dishes off to his left. Hitting the line hard. Roy Gillett in his second tackle in the set. They've got numbers down this close edge. Tries to get through one, does Tamea. Takes 4 of them to get him down. Ball's come loose. And it will be a turnover. Loose carry there. So the contact on Taumea has resulted in a turnover straight from dummy half. He thought about dishing to his left. Referees found an offside. The first penalty of the afternoon. Scott Spittle's good on the comm there. Penalty for offside.
Here we are. Next job. Your job to work that right corridor, mate.
A good opportunity for the home side to attack. As I mentioned, they're being chased for that top spot by South Perth Lions, who lost 2 in a row a couple of weeks ago. They were undefeated and then just fell apart. They were running away with, we thought might even go the season undefeated, but they've been brought back to earth a bit, and now is an absolute challenge on for that top spot. Ability to host the first week of finals. There's the tap, dishes straight off. Oliver Brown. 2 sets of hands. Caden Breen almost over the horizontal. Trying to play the ball down. Shane Gillam. Good drive from him. His leg's taken down. Hignett got him there. Dishes off. Second run of the set now for Gulliver Brown. The ball comes loose. Referee saying play the whistle is the call. Gulliver Brown, his 3rd run to set, I think. On last now. Dishes off into the middle. Here comes the kick off the boot of Wallace. Challenging on the end. He almost got to that, did Bradley. There was too much sauce on it, but a good diving effort. It was a great, well-timed kick from Wallace. And first real opportunity the Seagulls have had inside Freo end. And they've done well. He has to come back on the mark. Scott Spittles calls him back. There's the tap. Straight into contact. Shane Gillam in front of that one. He's been handy, and they've come up with a penalty. So it's 1 for 1 on the penalty books at the moment. That'll get them past halfway. Waiting for the ball. There's the ball boy. There's the tap. Ignite with the restart. Still going. Eventually Heltamea. Straight from dummy half. He's got to go for a run. Big 18 have no name for him, unfortunately. Sorry for those at home. Runner again. Wilson Wiley tries to hit up. He's dropped the pill. It might be the second time he's done that. Caden Breen with the retrieve for Beach, and the manly beard. I wish I could grow one like that. Dark seat side, drops the pill. So that'll be a turnover. So we've had some issues with carrying.
Needed someone with him, boys.
The call was needed someone with him. Justin Buckley dropping the pill there. So a couple of loose carries from both sides in the early stages. On a tad over 5 minutes. Scott Spittles sets the first scrum of the afternoon. Had a arm free, thought about dishing off at dummy half. Hignett goes straight away. He's collected well by the marker, didn't get far. Big 18, haven't got a number for him. Hopefully we find out who he is as the game goes on. Wilson Wiley does a little bit of a jig and he's driven right backwards. He's got some support there, but I'm not sure what he was doing. A bit of a dance. North Beach doing well now. Full back, they've gone through full sets of hands, almost the whole full spread of the ground. Beattie with his first carry, and the referee's found another one. So North Beach doing Freo a favour at the moment, moving him up the ground. No idea what it was for because the ball's been brought back. And it will be Goodsell with the restart. Through 2 sets of hand, Dwayne Butler had his first real carry in the game. Caden Breen spends a long time in the ruck there, allowed to go on. Another full inside-outside ball, read well by the North Beach defence. Is still going, close to the line. Treading water. Eli Beattie with a good carry. Thought about doing something to Dwayne Butler. In the end, he just takes the contact. A bit of a settler. Right in front of the posts. Slow play the ball. Good sell. Get head the arm free. Still a few in the bag. Only a few metres out. The fullback tries to spin in. Had the arm free. Needs to maintain control of that. On last now. Dishes off to that far edge, and there's a tree in the way. It doesn't matter because we've lost the ball. And that will be a changeover on 5th. So we didn't bring the second test today. It's not in the budget to cut that tree, unfortunately. Restart now. North Beach trying to get out of their own end. Brought down with a solid tackle. Was Solomon. Carney Solomon dishes off. From dummy half, man, Caden Breen with a beautiful lock of hair, facial hair that is. Sonny Kerr on the end of that, trying to tackle that. Jeremy Wallace, fellow number 7, dishes off to that far edge. He's got some toe. Is he going to make it? He's been called to go. Jeremy Wallace asks for the kick. Jeremy Wallace still there. Did he get that down? Did he get that down? He's calling it. The referee, Scott Spittle's in great position, calls play on. What a great run that was down the far edge. Riley Bradley, he's captured Jerry Wallace on his left edge, said, just go for it, son. Kick it over the top. It was a horrible bounce. He almost did everything. Caden Breen, though, with some issues. Looks like he's got an arm issue. Nick Riggs adds an extra yard or 2 in that one. Hard contact on halfway for Brandon White. Inside. Good sell. To Wilson Wiley. Held in the tackle. North Beach trying to slow it down. Dwayne Butler, the coach. He wants a quick play the ball. Gets it, spins it out wide to Goodsell. He's had a fair bit to do. Talmea ducks inside, has the arm free, thought about it. In the end, good coverage from Billy England. Now inside the centre now. Here comes the kick. Referee is saying not sure. It's a turnover. So changeover on tackles. And they just need to have a breath. Jeremy Wallace just been going at a mile a minute. See, hands on haunches already. Fast-paced rugby league as we like it. First hit up, Carney Solomon. Goes back into the guts again. It's Willing in the trenches on Super Saturday. 2 sets of hands. Hignett brings him right down, drags him in a wrestling WWF move. In the middle of the park, go with him is the call from the sidelines. They want some support. Shane Gillen, bit of muck in the ruck. Here comes the kick. Wallace just chips it over the top. There's no one there to a vacant quarter, hoping for it to hold up. The fullback, Reniado, will do well. He's got some pace on him. Couldn't take him down with the tackle. In the end, he's made a good kick return there on first tackle. Well, they want to quick play the ball. They thought about going this close edge. It was read well by the defence, driven right down to the ground. He wants to go quickly. Had the runner on his left edge at Beattie. It's being played at a frenetic pace. Super Saturday. Wayne Butler. Crashes right into contact. 1 left. Or 2 left. Lost that. Did Wilson Wiley. Picked up by Talmea. And this will be 5th and last now. No, yes, there's 5th and last. There's the referee. This is off now. The kick from Goodsell. Holds up. No chase. I'm not sure what that kick was all about. He's kicked that to the far corner. None of his teammates decided to have a crack. And North Beach, he's fallen to his feet there. Harari, and he's just picked up like a rag doll. he's picked up like a rag doll, and eventually Scott Spittle says, that's a penalty. Looks spectacular. So see on the replay, he ended up losing his feet there, and then just picked up and thrown over the line. Nick Riggs using his big rig to launch him over the line. Crashes straight into first contact. This is fast running. The game seems to be slowing down a bit now. It's a question of whether both teams have the stamina to maintain this pace. A bit of chat as well. Tries to spin out of that one. Gulliver, no, sorry. Bowman Stein. No look pass, and Breen lost the handle on that before he even took possession. I think it was, the space was great running, great line speed from Roosters, closed down the space, and he had half a millisecond to take possession of that before he was connected, and I think he had half an eye, as you see it here, yeah, half an eye on the defenders running at him, and spilled it. It wasn't the greatest pass. Bit of a hospital pass, I think. So good sell, Lewis Goodsell for the Freo Roosters with the feet. Second scrum down for the afternoon. Just outside the 40 for the Freo Roosters, and that's an interesting scrum. The referee, Scott Spittles, will say no idea. A reset. Kobe Oisi, I don't know, he was doing some sort of strange looking dance. Ball in hand. There we go, take two. Good sell. And that's a better scrum for Freo. Past the 40. Slow play the ball off the edge. So we don't know who it is, the 18, although Rick's here driven backwards, who the 18 and dummy half is at the moment. If you know that, give us a comment online. And it's a penalty. There's the man himself in the 18. Don't have a name for him. Don't recognise him. It's another penalty for Freo. Again, North Beach doing the visitors a favour, moving him up the ground. We've gone 14th minute now. Brandon White with his first carry. Brought down. Slow to his feet. Slow play the ball. They're looking to slow this down. Hicks hits the line hard. Here's a bit more pace now. Dishes off. Ignore the runner on his left. Talmia with some fast feet. Straight from dummy half that 18. We don't know. Is he going to be the first to score? He's going to make me look silly. Referee Scott Spittles is calling something out here. Obstruction. And it will be a turnover. So ran around his man. And the Freo Roosters still can't find the paint. And North Beach get a relieving penalty. Trying to get out of their own end. The ball's been down here for a while. Freo Roosters have come to play. Brought down in suplex type of tackle. Hignett put the foot behind him, bring him down. Coming out of the line with a full head of steam, not many hands. It is willing in the trenches at the moment. They are hitting each other hard. No one's taking a backward step, slowing this ruck down. North Beach don't seem to be worried. Here comes the kick. Have kicked early. Collected well at full back. Rangi Hayata, you can tell he wants to have a run. That's a high tackle, is it? So again, another penalty from Beach. They're doing Freo a favour at the moment. They are keeping themselves locked in their own area. Just short of halfway. There's the tap. Good sell. She's off to his left. Good drive from Wilson Wiley. Slowing the ruck down. Both teams seem to be quite happy with that. Richard Hicks through the hands of Butler. Again, the 18 and dummy half not sure. Showed it to his right, did the fullback. In the end, it finds Beattie. Inside now, second carry in the set for Rangi Hayata. Just dishes it off. They're losing a bit of shape here, the Roosters. A bit of a settler here with Wilson Wiley on fifth. Slow play the ball, dishes off. Chipped over the top, did good sell. Where's the chase? There's the chase! Has he got it down? No! Rangi Hayata will score. The fullback, he wanted to run. He'd been asking to run in the first 17 minutes, and in the end, he got a great offload. He ran around and scored behind the posts. The man with the fancy hair. And the Freo Roosters, in what was a indifferent set, created something from nothing. And they lead 4 points to 0 with a kick to come. Brandon White will be slotting it from directly in front. Rangi Hayata still having a chat. He's got a lot to say to his sidelines. He hasn't had much to do today, but he's been the first to score a pie for this afternoon. Slots it easy. Advances the score to 6. Freo Roosters and North Beach yet to come. Net to score. I'll get there in the end. Restart now. Freo just want to complete after points. First hit up, first carry. Wants a quick play the ball. Picked up from dummy half. He dishes off pretty quickly to his right. To the runner. It's a good charge. Still going. Wilson Wiley. Great carry on the second. Again from dummy half. The man we haven't got a name for. 3 sets of hands. Another good drive. Freo seem to have found something. Richard Hicks. Eventually, Scott Spittle's calls held. Inside, outside ball. Wilson Wiley, second run of the set. Bit of afters there as well. Here comes the kick. Bit of pressure on him. And he got a decent kick on it. It's collected at the back well. Harui will do the job. Not a lot of pressure from Freo. Fell down, collected around their head, but he lost his feet there. Bradley, she's off to his right. Billy England will do well to keep it in. It didn't matter because he lost the handle on it. High fives all around for the Freo Roosters. A lot of pressure there. As soon as he got that ball, Billy England, they were right up in his face, and I think he was worried about the touchline. In the end, he lost the handle on the ball. It will be a scrum down. Wants to have a run here. It's Hignett. Dominate, Justin. Thought he saw half a gap. In dummy half. The fullback, Rangi Hayata, the try score, driven backwards there. Solid contact from Beach. Dishes off. Dwayne Butler put on his back. Defensively, just held that ball. Was read really well by the defensive line of North Beach. Straight from dummy half, decided to go for half a run. Dishes off to Hicks, brought down. And more afters in the ruck. The referee, Scott Spittle, sets us go. Here's a dribble kick. Was that played at? Collected at the back. He's lost the handle on it. North Beach will do their best to try and clean up. Driven inside their own end. Still, referee might bring that back because I don't think there was any advantage there. It was knocked on, and that should come back for the scrum. For the knock on. Third or fourth scrum for this afternoon. Game's being played at a frenetic pace. Dishes off. Good drive, solid drive, still going. Gillett, he wants to go quickly. Testing pass, managed to collect that well. Cleaned up all right, plenty of conversation in the line from North Beach. Man with a head gear, just faded to his right in the end. He's cleaned up. Two sets of hands, thought about going to his right. Tries to spin out of that, Gulliver Brown, can't get out of it, brought down. Inside. Again, Stein wants to do a bit of spinnies, a bit of interesting stuff in the ruck there. Here comes the kick on fifth. Wallace puts it up and under. It's a high ball. Takes that well. Had to look into the sun, did Riggs. Looks like there's been a change at the back there, possibly. Again, the ruck has been slowed down tremendously. The try scorer, Rangi Hayata, with his first carry in this set. Showed the ball, crashed in. Some more afters. Off a run. That was Wilson Wiley. Dummy half the Big 18, showed the ball and then went himself. Butler was wrapped up well on the end of that Breen. Inside now, here comes the kick. It's an up and under, it's a high one. There is a good chase, it's going to fall, it's taken well. Good kick return, great kick return. Riley Bradley up past the 40 on first tackle. Dummy half Wallace. Dishes to his fullback. In the middle of the park now. Stein, they haven't had much up this end. Have the home side. Slow play the ball. Dishes off to Breen. He seems like he wants to bust out of something. In the middle, had to take it on his fingertips this Stein. Second run in the set. Brought down past the 30 now. Wallace holds it up, dishes off to Solomon on the edge. Still going, still going. Is he going to stay in? Throws it backwards. Wallace again. That's on fifth. There was a lot going on there. Not much structure in the end. Freo Roosters do enough. A lot of hands on haunches. We are playing this game at a frenetic pace. North Beach, the league leaders, the current league leaders, and the defending premiers, trailing by 6 points to the Fremantle Roosters. Rucks have been slowed down significantly in this back end of this half, first half. Referee's found something. Offside? Or a forward pass. Didn't quite catch the signal. Yeah, so forward pass, yes. So I saw that on the replay. So it will be another scrum down. This time it is North Beach inside Freo area. So they have an opportunity now. Wallace through the hands. Dished off to his number 3, Solomon, I think. It is Solomon. Thought about going to his left. Stein was read really well. Like a book is driven backwards. Still going. Referee Scott Spittles eventually calls Howard. Tomeo could have pushed him in the next week if he was allowed to. And so got to come back on the mark, on the magic spot. Well, that's free to get back into formation. Chose the ball. Does Buckley. Dishes off. North Beach fullback. There's another whistle. There's a player down, is there? He's just called time off. So someone's on report. I think it was for a high shot. Handshakes all around. Scott Spittle blows time back on. We're back into it. Here's the tap, the reset. So it should be another full set of 6. Slowed the play right down. Inside. Tom Fry, haven't called his name a lot. He's just come on, I think. Dummy half. EC. Centimetres from the line. Fry with his second carry in the set. And the first try for North Beach. Comes on, scores. Bust through. On that edge, there's only so much you can do. Courtesy of, assuming we think is a high shot on report. Didn't say what the issue was or who it was. There was a player down in backfield and it resulted in a penalty, another set of 6. It's Fry on screen. And Justin Buckley should slot this one. And level the scores after 30 minutes. Beautiful day for footy. Charles Riley Reserve. The other 2 games yet to kick off and the fuel to go and play Premiership. Slots it. And we are locked at 6 points apiece. It is a peach of a game. With 10 minutes and change left in this first half. Tom Fry, you can see here, it was his second carry in the set. He hasn't been on for long. The big unit crashed through the pack. He picked out. Rangi Hayeda. Fullback, smallest bloke on the field probably for Freo Roosters, and just used his power and strength to crash through, get his first pie and level the scores for his side. At the back, the man who scored the try with his first up crash in the first set after points. There's a bit going on the ruck. He wants to keep going, and in the end it was too much for referee Spittles, and he says that's a penalty. Too much muck in the ruck, and North Beach will be advanced up the ground. There was a bit of afters there. Surprised it took that long. Wallace kicks the ball in a touch. There's a restart. Bang, good tackle. Gillett can't go anywhere. He's brought down well. Wants a quick play the ball. This is off inside. Through 2 sets of hands now. Again, slowing this play down. The 18 for Freo Roosters. Don't have a name for him. The try scorer. Fry. Past halfway. This is off to that far edge. Wallace shows the ball. Crashed through there. England. Billy England. Expect him to have an impact later on in the game. Inside now. Wallace again. Second carry. Goes inside out. Stein. All over him. Like a cheap suit. Wallace, third carry in the set, just holds it up. Here comes the kick over the top. The chase is good. The chase is great. Don't let the ball bounce. Call for 6 again. I don't think it was played at. In the end, it'll be a turnover. It'll be a changeover on tackles. It's a great kick. Good chase. Almost got through on that. I think the defender was lucky. He just happened to be in the space. Because they were going to go over for the second inside 2 minutes. Now, Freo have to work their way outside of their own end. Stein has something to say about that. As the try scorer Fry. Slow play the ball. In the middle. Tries to crash his way through. Does Beatty. Plenty going on the ruck. That close edge. Spins in and out of that one. Riggs brought down. Fry's had a lot to do since he came on the park. Just held that up from dummy half. Was read well. Plenty of whistles going. That was touched. That was played at. Who's going to collect it? Should be 6 again. What's the referee going to say? Might have gone too early on that one. There was a charge. And was it lost? He's saying lost forward. So, no. They all got together for a scrum. He wants a quick tap. Just Wallace ends up gaining about 15 off the first tackle. Butler. And the end of that for Freo. Stein. Slow play the ball from dummy half, inside outside ball. Dishes off as he was going to ground. In a good position to hero Freo. They're going to try this close edge. Just kicks it. Cleaned up well by the fullback though. Renghaeta got low. I went early, did the Sea Eagles, and it didn't come off. He's dragged actually a few yards there as Woolley. The centre of the park. Bit of a goose, half a goose from Beatty. In the end, legs brought down. Off that far edge. 2 sets of hands was read well. Brandon White. Slow play the ball inside the guts now. Dwayne Butler thought about it. Spins into the contact. Eventually held. Plays the ball quickly. Dishes off to his left. Here comes the kick. Will the ball roll out? It will. There are a raft of players that are blowing. We are playing a frenetic brand of football today.
Suck wind, I ain't said that in years.
Will be a play the ball because the ball went out. Stein. Gives as much attention as he can, the 14. Again, no name for the 14. For Freo. Wayne Butler at the end of that one. 3 sets of hands, ducks inside. That's Stein again. No. That was Royd and Gillett in the centre of the park now, past halfway. Dishes off and made a mess of it in the ruck, I think, and they play the ball. And that will be a turnover. 4 minutes and change.
Josie, don't get kick happy. Beach, get up.
Middle of the park. Fullback and try scorer, and here they are, past 30. Run straight into contact. Gulliver Brown giving the ball carrier. He did absolutely nothing. Dishes off inside. Dwayne Butler thought about going to his left. In the end, he gets an extra few yards. Still going, not held, still going. Eventually brought down. Banged his head on the dirt. He wants to get up, play the ball. 2 sets of hands, gets half a gap there. Gill, still going. It's a good set from Freo. Slow play the ball. Butler now. Dishes off to Goodsell. Butler still, no, this is Talmea. There's a bit of afters going on there. What's the referee going to say? Testing the viscosity of their strips. Referee will have a chat. Scott Spittles will have a chat to his assistant, I think. But it will be a try. He points to the spot. It is a try. I think that came off Talmea. I'll just wait for the replay to confirm that one. There was a lot going on. Here's the replay. So Butler inside to Goodsell. Dishes off to Talmea. Bashes through one. It was Talmea. And then, well, I'm not sure there's much more he could do there. So he was committed to the contact, and you can't stop yourself when you're mid-air. Butler just having a chat to Scott Spittles. I think he's talking about some extra attention in the ruck, but to be honest, both sides are doing the same thing. So I don't think he's got much to talk about. And I think slowing the ruck down at the moment is doing everyone a favour, because they are absolutely puffing. Brandon White will have the chance to convert and put Freo 6 points adrift in the shadows of half-time. With the VO pole in the way, White slots it. White kicks right. 12 points to 6 on the fuel to go and play. Cashcavetta's scoreboard. With just a minute and change left in this first half. Big day of Super Saturday. We're going to head upstairs, up north, into this one for the blockbuster clash between the Darwin brothers and the Northern Sharks. The Northern Sharks need to win against a top side if they're to play in finals this year. There's also an absolutely cracking game of women's football going on in Darwin right now with those two clubs. It is the two probably formed clubs of the competition, the Darwin brothers, who are undefeated, and the Northern Sharks, who have some absolutely outstandingly entertaining players in their ranks. But back at this one on the 30, the Freo Roosters after points. Shows the ball to his right, in the end takes the contact. In the middle, Hignett. 14, second carry in the set, don't have a name. Send us your comments on the Facebook page. That is halftime siren. And at the 40-minute mark, it is the visitors, the Freo Roosters, who have come to play, and for the second week in a row, the top-placed North Beach Sea Eagles, the defending premiers, are having the game taken to them and they are trailing at half-time. All questions put to the defending Premier as they go into the sheds. We're going to take a quick break, and hopefully when we do, we can get an update in the top end on the True Flow Services Premiership up there. But for the moment, we're going to have a breath. I'm going to have a breath. And what has been a frenetic first 40 minutes of rugby league, we're back. Four, go Kevin, four. Tough time of the field to go and play Premiership in WA, but right now we're seeing some vision from the True Flow Premiership upstairs in the top end, and I believe we've got Cam from We Can Be Heroes, the best sports show in Darwin. Hopefully on the cob. Hopefully you can hear me, Cam. How's the game going at the moment? This absolute cracking contest between the two sides that are challenging for the Premiership this year.
Yeah, Dave, 5 minutes left on the clock and on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. It is Darwin Brothers 6 who are leading the Northern Sharks 0. This is the top of the table clash here in the True Flow Services Premiership. 1v2. This is the clash of titans as the brothers look to promote it up over the halfway. The Darwin Brothers, they are the defending premiers. They're on track to be the minor premiers. They're undefeated so far this season. But in the previous games this year, the Northern Sharks have got the closest. In fact, if we go back to round 6, it was the Northern Sharks who went down by 2 points. Early part of this game was completely played in Darwin Brothers territory. The Northern Sharks were on the attack, and Darwin Brothers, their defensive line absolutely held. And it was the first time that Darwin Brothers had the ball down in the Northern Sharks red zone that Leanne and Nikki went over for a try, and that's where we had, as Jamie Park it looks to break the line here. She has broken the line. Stay with me, Dave. She's up over the halfway. She is tackled in a beautiful tackle on the 40-metre line by the Darwin Brothers fullback, Jacinda Summers. Well, we're in the back end of this first half. It is a very exciting game here as the Sharks look to spread it wide. Yeah, so 6 points to nil. It was Liani Nicky who crashed over for a try for Darwin Brothers. That was 15 minutes into the game. This afternoon we are celebrating Ellie Nicky's 50th game here in first grade. And there's a lot at stake for these two teams. I think this is a grand final preview that we have.
Yeah, I think you're right, Cab. It's been, you've got the Premier team and the Darwin Brothers who have taken all between them and before them, and then you've got the Sharks, who for mine have been one of the most exciting teams to watch of late. I love it when Jamie Park gets the ball in her hands because there's always something exciting to happen. But we might check in with you later on through our game. We're just about to go in for our second half, but really looking forward to your call of the DABSCO Premiership later on this evening, mate. Enjoy this game, it's an absolute cracker. We'll be tuning in later on, but we'll be back up the top end after ours for the DABSCO Premiership. As we see, there's a break. Cam, call it.
Oh, Ellie Nicky, she's about 10 metres out in her 50th game. They'll bring it over to the left-hand side. They're about 5 metres out. There's less than 2 minutes on the clock now here. They'll play the ball back. Ellie Necky's at acting half. They'll go to Cassie Wapu at first receiver. She'll look to try and force her way over, but she's brought down by 3 Northern Sharks defenders. This is the 5th and the last. Which way will they go? They got numbers to the right. They try to crash over from acting half. Referee is on the spot and he rules held up there. He's going to get a call from the touch judge. He's going to award the try there. So in the shadows of half time, Darwin Brothers have absolutely crashed over through brute force to score the try. It is now 10 points to nil. 10 points to nil on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. Darwin Brothers over the Northern Sharks. Well, there is absolute firepower out here this afternoon, Dave McRae. You did mention Jamie Park. We've also got Kel Nonna and Jacinda Summers. They are the top 3 try scorers here in the True Flow Services Premiership. But the tries for Darwin Brothers this afternoon have been through their forwards. 10 points to nil with a kick to come. Jacinda Summers, she'll line up the kick right in front, and you'd have to back her in. Her first kick was from this very spot, and she made no mistake.
Well, I can tell you what, that's perfectly timed TV. The last try, just as you break for half-time. And our boys down here for the Field to Go Play Premiership head out for the kickoff for the second half. Cam, great call, mate. Looking forward to the DABSCO Premiership later on. But enjoy the True Flow game up there now. We'll tune in to you later on this evening.
Sounds good. See you at full time, Dave.
Here we go, back here in WA for the second half of what has been a really entertaining game. North Beach with the start. There's the sound. North Beach with the first opportunity in their second half. Past halfway. I think Freo's probably been the better if you've just joined us. Freo's probably been the better of the two sides in the first 40. They've got ball in hand now. Dish is off now. This is on 4. Tries to feel his way. Play at the ball there. Tries to one-on-one strip. There's a call for a penalty, and there will be. The referee, Scott Spittle's called held. I think it was the 2 forwards coming together, was it? See again. No, sorry. It was the 14. There's a nameless player that we have, but it was Lloyd Gillett for North Beach. Tried to play that in the end. The referee was called held, and I don't know what he was doing. He's trying to rip that out of him on the ground. You can't rip the ball out when you got your ball carrier on the ground, but wants a quick play of the ball. Does Hignett off to that close, that far edge, I should say. Good sell with the carry. He wants a quick play of the ball as well. Plenty of contact in the ruck. Through 2 sets of hands. Keel gets through the first, can't get through the second or the third. Held up, about 10 out now. Freo challenging early in this second half. Beatty, still going, heads the arm free. Just short on last. No, one to go. Corner to Scott Spittle. Dishes off in the middle of the park now. Goes left, goes right to Butler. In the end, just a settler. Now on last. What can they do? They're going to just kick it. That was played at. Where's the ball cut up? I think it's collected by Low. It's another set of 6 for Freo. Played it on the ground. He's lost the handle. They'll come out to the 10 for a scrum down with a new fresh set of 6. And early in the first half, Freo doing all the attacking. Sonny Kerr, I haven't called him up today. Ready to put it into the first scrum of the second 40. As Freo look to extend their advantage, holds it up, spins that ball wide. What a great ball through. Thought about it, dishes off, that wasn't necessary. Good sell, threw it when he didn't need to. Made a great carry, but they're going to get a second effort. Oh, lucky for the Roosters. They're going to get possession again.
Hold up, boys. Don't push it.
Did way too much with that ball. Was only first tackle, had plenty of room on that right edge. Threw the ball when he didn't need to, but in the end it was spilt on the ground by Beach. Ducks inside, or dashes inside I should say. Shows the ball, does Rangiaeta, the fullback, the try scorer. Baki now, just left of the post, dishes inside. Rangiaeta again. Big carry, he spins out, scores! Eli Beatty. Well, they were given 3 bites of the cherry, and on the third they took it all. Had nothing on his, well, he did, but Brady was there too late to have any effect. Once he got past those tacklers on his right shoulder, he had plenty of space on his left. All he had to do was spin, and he was over. And Fremantle have started the second the way they finished the first. Screen, Eli Beatty, his first of the day, third for the Roosters. Braden White with an opportunity to extend it to a 12-point advantage. Kicking's been really good, although it hasn't been that challenging. This is probably one of the toughest kicks, I think, for today.
What?
Great day for rugby league. Kicks it, sends that really wide. It was always going there, and then it's the first blemish of the day. The score remains 6-16. The cash converter scoreboard, that is the Freo Roosters leading. The defending premier for the second week in a row have found themselves trailing at halftime and conceded at the start of the second. It's deja vu all over again, though in this circumstance they're not playing the bottom placed Rockingham Sharks, and they are playing at home in front of a full house. You can see plenty of people there braving the sunlight. Crashes straight up, Keel. Shows the ball, Butler. Dashes behind himself through threats of hands. Rangiaeta, the fullback. Eventually he's held, although they've given him an extra few yardage there. On the 30, goes inside. He gets a full set of head of steam, runs straight at the line. Bit of afters in the ruck. Don't have a number for the 18. Inside outside ball. Talmau still stands in the tackle. Eventually he's called held. Still going, he's made an extra few yards there. I think he's got a point there. He was being dragged. You can't play the ball when you're being held. Marker, was the marker square? Gulliver Brown. Referee says yes. Here comes the kick. Good sell. Taken easily on that far edge, but great chase. Tying up the fullback from Woolley. Although he's committed a penalty, it's offside.
Keep that energy! Keep that energy!
Has that gone out? No, it hasn't. It hasn't. It'll be cleaned up. I think he might have missed it. No, referee says play on. Rangi Hayeta maintains possession with a bit of athletics. Well, that was not a great kick. And the Roosters, again, with possession. Can they add more pain? Defending Premier, the top team currently trailing. The other game is just kicking off now. We'll bring you scores as they come in. Shows the ball to Butler to Rangiata. Dishes off, head the arm three. Hignett. Ball was high, spreads that wide, does well to stay in. It's gone out. Called that too early. Ryan Woolley, he went out. And it will be a change over just shy of the 30. So relieving change for North Beach. Oh, absolutely made a meal of that. Speaking of soft hands, those hands are concrete. The replay. Okay, so I don't think it was meant for him. He's thrown it straight into the runner. Speaking of hospital balls. And again, the Roosters. It's only care to feed this in. The Roosters have the ball inside Sea Eagles territory. Eli Beattie, not held. Wrapped up, got through the second. Around the ankles was Bowmanstein, eventually brings him down. Slow play the ball and too much in the ruck. And it'll be another fresh set of 6. Discipline has not been great. They're going to have a shot, as you would, why wouldn't you? Extend the advantage out to 12. Make it 2 converted tries the difference. So discipline been an issue for North Beach. The defending Premier, current top placed team. It's a bit of deja vu all over again. Around the grounds, thanks to Cash Converters and McDonald's. True Flow Premiership, currently at the top end, the game between the Darwin brothers and the Northern Sharks. That hasn't changed, so they're just going back into half-time now. 12-0. Palmerston Raiders are leading the Darwin Rabbitohs. He's missed that, has he? He has too. So that's an opportunity to go on begging and let off for the Sea Eagles. Palmerston Raiders leading the Darwin Rabbitohs. South Darwin Rabbitohs 24-0, and Litchfield Bears 8, leading the Nightcliff Dragons 4. In Western Australia, if you were to go play Premiership, the second game of the afternoon, South Perth taking on Willagee Bears, which will be an absolute cracker, has just kicked off at George Burnett Park. We'll bring you those updates. He's not held. There's the carrier. Karen Hignett. He gets an extra few yards. Picked up straight from dummy half. Lost the handle on that. Will be cleaned up at the back. Good return here. That was a high tackle. What will the referee say? Bradley almost had his head taken off. Straight from dummy half. He wants to go for a run. Gill was there to stop the run. He lays in the tackle as long as he possibly can.
Yeah, good contact.
Good contact.
Good work,
Exceptional good contact. Is to right.
Push up,
Men from the
David.
side. Gillett didn't get much there. Shows the ball. Dishes off to his left as Fry. The only try scorer for Beach. Bowmanstein can't go through. They want to quick play the ball. There's a bit more urgency now from North Beach. Shows the ball. Decides to go straight in. And picks up Hignan and pushes him into next week.
Good boy,
Here comes the kick. There's no pressure on it though. The fullback, Rangi Haeta, and try scorer for Freo will be able to. Well, he doesn't get much space, but he collected well. Billy England was the one that wrapped him up in the end. Nick Riggs for Freo. Been a bit quiet. Goes inside. Right straight at the line. Picked up Billy England. Tried to run him through. Did Wilson Wiley. Off to this close edge now, the broadcast edge. That's a good carry. Billy England lays as long as he can in the tackle. Slows it right down. Second carry in the set for Beattie. Pushes past the 30, the 40 now. Referee calls held. Tom Fry in there. Dishes off to Dwayne Butler. Chips it over the top to Goodsell. Where's the... Oh, he's made a meal of that. And absolutely, the chase was good. Just the perceived pressure put him off, I think, that and the sun. And the Freo Roosters will again have possession deep inside Sea Eagles territory with an opportunity to put more pain on. Right now, top spot seems to be a bit of a poison chalice. The South Perth Lions had that all mortgaged up for the major part of the season and then lost 2 in a row. Could this now happen to the Sea Eagles? They've taken top spot. Will they lose 2 in a row? Rangi Haeta, the fullback, the try scorer, almost made a meal of that to the 18, who we have no name for. Driven backwards.
Just chill, boys, you're here.
Dummy half, Sonny Kerr, passes to Beattie, who tries to bust through. He gets an extra few yards there. About 2.5 out. Dishes off inside the park, through 2 sets of hands. Going to spread this wide, they've got plenty of room. Holds that well, they should score here. Can he stay in? Can he get down? Held up. Held up is the call from the touch judge. I'll come out to the 5, or the 10 I should say. Or was that changeover? It might have been 5th and last. It was 5th and last. It was a great play. You see on the replay there. Just managed to get the cover. Rangi Haeta with a good carry. No, it is the Roosters with possession, and the ball's going to come back. Not sure what's going on here. The home crowd is silent at the moment. Here we go, second opportunity to number 14, no namer. We don't have a name for. Brought down. Just a little bit of a chip over the top, dribble kick. Almost had his head taken off. Did Stein. In the end, he manages to maintain possession. Nick Riggs well off the mark as quickly as he could. Wrap that up. They're being locked in their own zone at the moment. Line speed from Freo is exceptionally quick. Eventually, that's a high tackle. No, he's saying no arm tackle. Shoulder charge, is he? So that'll help Sea Eagles get them out of their own end. And I'll tell you what, there is some stretching in backfield. Plenty of juice being consumed. Players on haunches. We are playing fast and frenetic rugby league. 10 points the advantage to the Freo Roosters. First carry for Billy England. 21, no name. Lost the handle on that one. No, we can't complain about that. That was a terrible carry. Terrible carry. He's looking to his touch charge, and no, there's nothing there. And that is a knock-on. As we see on the replay here, no, we can't complain about that. That's a shockingly bad carry. At North Beach, they're staring down the barrel of two straight defeats. We've still got plenty of time. +20 change in this one. Off the line quickly. Slowing the play down. Butler. Wilson-Wiley stands in the tackle. Eventually he comes down of his own accord. Dummy half thought about going for a run. Brandon White. Dummy half goes for a run. Sonny Kerr gets through the first and the second. This is a good carry. On last now. Allowed to lay a long time in the ruck. Straight from dummy half. There's the chip over the top. In the end, they had to kick it dead to the fullback for North Beach. And that'll be a goal line dropout and another set for the Freo Roosters. They are up and about.
Louis, take control here, Louis.
And North Beach have no answers.
Rixie on the full. On the full, Louis.
Will they go long? Will they go short? They go long. It's allowed to bounce. Sonny Kerr takes it, dishes off. Set to Butler, his captain coach. No, sorry, that was Wilson-Wiley. Eli Beatty carried, literally carried, still carried. Picked up like a rag doll and give it an extra few yards, why not? In the middle of the park there, that's Butler. And Richard Hicks just made a meal of that, and that's a let-off for the Sea Eagles. There's a kookaburra having a laugh in the background, singing the Gumtree. They're enjoying the footy today. Plenty going on. Perfect conditions for rugby league. Perfect conditions that the Freo Roosters are enjoying. The home side is staring down 2 straight defeats and the loss of top spot. Ball is out on that far edge. Some strong contact. Yeah, just managed to get an extra couple of yards out of that. That was Gillett. Some fantastic hair. Gillett for North Beach. Slow play the ball. This is off on the left. Second carry in the set, is it for Gillett? That's not Gillett. That's Adlam. That's some strong contact. That's Gillett's second carry in the set. Here comes the kick. Is it going to go out? It will go out, and it'll go straight back. Rangi Hayeta acting as Dutch judge calls it back to the point of the kick, and it's all coming up Freo. Inside the last 20 now with a 10-point deficit for the home team to make up. Driven backwards. Breen picks him up. Tries to send him in the next week. That was Woolley who the carry. Strong contact on Hicks. Gillum the last in there. Inside, Butler throws it back. Rangi Hayeta. Sonny Kerr. Rangi Hayeta again. He's been a handful. Gets half a gap. Can he go through? He will go through. And that might be the game with 20 minutes to go. Brandon White extends the lead to 14 points with a kick to come. Well, the game has been played in this end of the ground for the entirety of the second half. The North Beach Sea Eagles have absolutely no answers. All he had to do was beat the fullback, some lax defence at the end. And the North Beach Sea Eagles are staring down the barrel of 2 consecutive losses. This one at home. There's still plenty of time to go. But unlike last week against the Sharks, where they managed to find something at some stage, they managed to control about 20 minutes of the play midway through the second term. The Sea Eagles are literally all at sea in this second 40. Great spot for this kick around the grounds, thanks to cash converters. It's still 0-0 at George Burnett, South Perth, hosting Willagee. At the top end, Darwin brothers in the Truffaut Services Premiership have gone over again, 16-0 to the Northern Sharks. That has snuck in and they've increased their advantage. That is a handy lead. 16 points the advantage. Again, you see the replay of the try. So around the grounds, thanks to McDonald on the top end. Palmerston Raiders 36. Leading the South Darwin Rabbitohs yet to score. The Darwin brothers coming up against their biggest challenger of the season thus far, the Northern Sharks, 16-0. And no change against the Litchfield Bears, playing the Litchfield Dragons. The Litchfield Bears 8, playing the Dragons 4. But it's all happening here at the Fuel to Go Play Premiership. It bashes through that one to get him away. Does Ryan Woolley. That was Eli Beattie. Freo, they want to put more pain on. They are peaking at the right time of the year, a team that just kept losing games by solitary margins. All of a sudden, are finding their form. New coach Dwayne Butler, Jason Wilson Wiley with that carry. Good set of hands there on that close edge, gets half a gap through, still going. Talmau eventually held up, tries to push the marker away, dishes off to the right, up and under kick off the boot of Goodsell. Challenged in the air, 2 taken, he's going to score! He is! Surely that's the ball game! Touch judge likes it, referee points to the spot, and more pain added for the Fremantle Roosters. There it is, it was 2 bites to the cherry. But Lewis Goodsell had bigger teeth. Spun to his right, put the ball down, and 20 points the advantage now to the Fremantle Coburn Roosters. And you'd think that's too much for the home side with a kick to come. There he's on screen to try score. It's Woolley, sorry. Silence the home crowd. They can't believe it.
Ricky, how you feeling?
Great kick, great challenge. Strength to maintain half a hand on that ball. He's missed that. Still 20-point advantage with 14 and change to play in this one. We see it again. The kick from the boot of Goodsell in the air. Rises, they rise at the same time. Woolley, he had the strength. He pushes the carry out of the way, slams it down. That wasn't trying to celebrate. Clip that, put that on your show reel. And everything's red and blue right now. The Freo Roosters, they are playing some Premiership football. Straight from dummy half, he wants to have a run. Marker wants it square. They just need to do everything. They don't need to change their game, the Freo Roosters. Just keep doing what they're doing. And they'll run out winners here. 2 in a row for them. looks like. Gets an extra serving of dirt, does Dwayne Butler. Inside ball, look away pass, carried, an extra few yards. Slow to his feet. There's a bit of contact in that. Here comes the kick again from the same boot of Goodsall.
Woolly's done a hammy, eh?
Let's talk about doing a hammy, and I tell you what, when it rains, it pours. And it's not raining today, but I tell you what, if you're the North Beach Eagles, you might be thinking there's some grey clouds hanging over your heads, because everything is coming up for air right now. Good positioning here, see on the replay, and he's just dropped it like a bag of potatoes. There's going to be plenty of questions to answer in the Seagulls camp after this one. 12 plus change to go. Kerr, Rangihaera. He has been a handful. Almost gets through that one. Dishes off to Beattie. Has the arm free. Pushes the carrier out the way, Bowman-Stein. And Bowman-Stein's a big unit. Shoves him out the way. Freo Roosters playing some sublime football. Inside, outside. Wilson Wiley with the carry. Plenty of chat from the sidelines. Holds it up. Rangihaera. Second touch. And this he's not going to get a double, is he? No. Wrapped up well. Brand, that'll be a penalty. They are just not doing themselves any favours. Another set of 6, literally centimetres away. It was going to come back to the... No, they're going to have a shot. And why not have a shot? Extend the advantage to 22. This is a lot closer than the last one. They can take their time as well, taking in the last 10. Around the grounds, thanks to Cash Converters at George Burnett Park. It's the South Perth Lions that have gone in first. And they lead the Willagee Bears 6-0. So as it stands, the South Perth Lions will be reclaiming top spot on the Fuel to Go and Play Premiership ladder. 28 points to 6. With 10 minutes to go. The North Beach Eagles, for the second week in a row, are going to lose, this time at home. That top spot on the Fuel to Go and Play Premiership ladder seems to be a poison chalice at the moment. South Perth, who sat a pretty atop there, lost 2 in a row. And now it looks like the Sea Eagles are going to do the same. Butler lost his feet there in the carry to Wilson Wiley. Dishes off to the right. They want to use his edge. Managed to take possession of that well. It was down below his feet for Hicks. He did want to maintain the carry. Plenty going on in the ruck. You're in no hurry, Freo. Inside, outside. Rangihaera! Can he go all the way? He's got some pace. He's got the fullback to beat. Dishes off to Butler. Butler's going to dash back inside, over the top. They're playing a bit of college ball. And Lewis Goodsall will score. It's becoming a nightmare for the North Beach Sea Eagles. Rangihaera, great through ball. He's got some pace. At one point I thought he'd go all the way, but they had numbers. They could have raffled this. Butler chips it over the top, bobs it over the top. He had numbers everywhere. And with a kick to come, the Roosters 32 points to 6 on the Cash Converters scoreboard. There'll be plenty of people in the crowd, I'm assuming, will be looking at their phones. Checking the live score at George Burnett Park is at this stage, unless the Willagee Bears can do a miracle. The South Perth Lions will likely be jumping back up to top spot, and the questions will remain for the North Beach Eagles, the defending premier, and he's slotted that, who have lost 2 in a row and currently trail this one by 28 points. There it is, Rangi Hayeta. Plenty of room on both ends. Butler just holds it up, uses experience, pops it over the top. He had plenty of numbers there. They could have had a picnic and a raffle. Rangi Hayeta likes that one. He signals to the crowd. With hair like that, you think he's got a bit of cheek.
8 minutes to go. He's not fixing has to really can't get this one.
Well, this really opens up the race for the Premiership. The 4 teams are set for the finals. North Beach, South Perth, Willagee and Freo. Every team, right now, as it stands, every team can beat each other. One of the more even seasons of the year. Freo and Willagee battling for that 3rd spot, or even the 2nd maybe, who knows. Here's the kick. They've had real problems on that edge in the end, taken well. By the full back, it's given a lot of attention. Dishes off to the left inside. Bang! They're giving him nothing. Negative nothing. Less than nothing. It's the North-South Derby. These 2 teams have battled each other over a period for a long time. Grand finals, final series. It's always a great day when they come together, and today it's going to be the Roosters are going to come up on top. Billy England with his first carry for a while. They haven't really had much of the ball of the Sea Eagles. They've completed that set. Almost lost it. Rangi Hayeta, what will the referee say? It just looks... I don't think it really matters. He has a right smile on his face. Just a tad over 5 minutes to go. 1, 2, 3. 3.5 attempts at that one. It's not going to change the result of today. Seagulls, do they have an opportunity to add some points to this one? First set they've had inside this area for a long time in this half. Need to get the stats man out. Inside, outside ball, crash play. It's a try scorer, Tom Fry. Dishes off to the right. I don't know what he was thinking about there. Breen thought about dishing it off while he was on his back. Thrown out, not a great pass. As represented by the Freo Roosters cleaning it up. That was a forgettable set. The first they've had inside Freo territory, and they've muffed it up. Freo just need to clean this up now. Inside the last 4, he's lost that. Has Nick Riggs, and they'll give the Seagulls a second opportunity. Houston, I'm not sure what he's doing. Oh, we've got some players down with cramp. Is it cramp? I think the referee's just called time off. He has now. Scott Spittles. He's blown the whistle. There's plenty going on. Is it cramp or is it an ankle? Might be an ankle, so it's coming off. Possibly just rolled that in the contest. Into the trees. So the Sea Eagles holds that ball up and geez, they're making a meal of it. Adlam hasn't had much of it today. Plenty of attention in the ruck. Gulliver Brown tries to go to the left, cleaned up, well read. They're getting absolutely nothing of the Sea Eagles. Ducks inside, does Gillum. He's not getting it, gets a extra few yards there, tipped up by the legs to Talmere to bring him down. Around the legs, I should say. In the middle, Fry. Dishes off to the right, they've got numbers here. Needs to get through this one. Good coverage to wrap up Billy England from Freo. Got to dish off to that far edge, in amongst the trees. Then to get the secretaries out. Got to go inside now. Sweeping pass on last, and he's dropped it like a hot potato. No pies today for the Sea Eagles, especially not in this second half. AC dropped that one. Just in two minds there. Not sure what he was doing. Inside the last 2 and a bit now. There's some afters there. Oh, they've lost the handle on it. They've turned it over for our Roosters. Fry dishes off to the left, still going, thought about a second. He's lost the handle on it, and it's going to be brought back. One minute and change. Tries to spin into the zone, does Gillett. Doesn't get anywhere. Still short, trying to add some extras. Sweeping pass over the top, cleaned up at the back by AEST. Front of the posts. Goes out the far edge again. Horrible pass, collected well though in the end. Buckley. And just diving on it and surrendering. Freo in absolutely no hurry. Just have to maintain possession here. They'll see the clock inside 1 minute now. They will have a well-deserved victory in the field to go and play Premiership. Rangi Hayera scored a try today. He's been good. Freo just a bit of a grubber kick. A fine touch inside the last 30 seconds, that is. Freo inside the last minute. Allowed to hang on for a long time. Just lost his feet there. The Gulliver Brown. Backside of the 40. Shows the ball between two sets of hands. That was a horrible, shocking pass. Cleaned up at on the edge. They will maintain possession. I'm not sure what he's doing there. He wasn't called held, so he kept going. Play the whistle, boys and girls. That's what you got to do. Inside. Gets through the first, the big 15. Still going. Nope. Called held. Inside now. Desperate are the Sea Eagles for some extra points. Breen loses the handle. Cleaned up at the back. No, not cleaned up at the back. And that is the game. That is full time. The Freo Coburn Roosters. And what was expected to be a reset game for the Sea Eagles after going down in a shock loss to the last placed Rockingham Sharks last week, They've been defeated at home by the Fremantle Roosters, and the Premiership race is wide open. You could fly a jumbo jet through it. Still 2 games, and if you were to go and play a Premiership to go, and around the grounds, thanks to cash converters, the Willagee Bears have managed to tie it up at George Burnett. Currently 6-all, but right now we're going to go up to the top end. Well, just a second as we see the True Flow Premiership between the Darwin Brothers and the Northern Sharks is wrapped up, with the Darwin Brothers continuing to take it all in front of them. They've defeated the Northern Sharks 34-4, but what a game here. What a turn up for the books. The Sea Eagles have lost 2 games in a row and are likely to lose top spot on the ladder. That's, of course, if the South Perth Lions can defeat the Willagee Bears, but if the Willagee Bears have anything to say to it, we could have this Premiership race blown wide open. Well, we might just turn on the mics from the top end and have a chat to those boys. The DABSCO Premiership coming up. So, as we wrap up here, the home of the North Beach Sea Eagles. If you can hear us up at the top end there, Camden team, it's been an absolute cracking game here in West Australia, and we're hoping for an even better game in the DABSCO Premiership up in Darwin.
Yeah, we can hear you, Dave, and it's just on full time here in the round 13 True Flow Services Premiership match between the first place, top of the table, Darwin Brothers, and the second place, Northern Sharks. And it's Darwin Brothers who have ran out victorious 34 points to 4. A 30-point margin. This is the 3rd time these 2 teams have met this season. Back in round 1, it was Brothers 16, Sharks 8. Round 6, it was Brothers 26, Sharks 24, which led us to believe that this game was going to be a very close one. But as the match rolled on, Darwin Brothers really just asserting their ascendancy, running out 34 points to 4. Try scorers for Darwin Brothers. There is a number there. Let's run through the try scorers. We've seen Kel Nonna, she's added to a total. Bianca Stokes, Ellie Nicky celebrating her 50th game. Liana Nicky, and then 2 players who are unlisted. Jacinda Summers kicked 5 goals today. That's how they came up with their 34 points. And Tanya Harley, the captain for the Northern Sharks, she picked up the lone try scorer for the Northern Sharks. But as you said, in the DABSCO Premiership, it is a 1 versus 5 game this evening between Darwin Brothers versus Northern Sharks, which is our live stream game this evening. Darwin Brothers, one of those top 3 teams looking to go into the finals with form on the board. The Northern Sharks, we're talking about them as a mathematical possibility of making the final 4. It's not a great sign when you're described as a mathematical possibility. We're only just starting to get the team sheets through for this clash here. We do have some omissions for Darwin Brothers. No Antonio James, no Trent Kernoth, but they do have a number of players that are playing tonight, which are very familiar. Albert Rubu, he'll fill the fullback position. Aaron Kernoth and Dallas Colton, they will be in the halves. Up front, we'll have Elijah Coombs as one front rower. Connor Williams will be the hooker. We're still waiting to hear who the other front rower will be. Well, for the Northern Sharks, Bailey Zaro, he's been great in the last few weeks. He is there at fullback. Jacob Colley and Jared Colling, they will be at the hooker and 5/8 position. Matthew Mallard is back in the team for the Northern Sharks. So they've got some decent players out there, the Northern Sharks, but we've just seen so many different players run through their team over the course of this season, and that has been one of their great challenges, is to get a consistent 1 to 13 out on the field.
Yeah, Cam. We mentioned last week when the Northern Sharks took on the Bears that the Northern Sharks being a mathematical possibility, they still have to be able to beat one of those top teams if they're going to be a real contender in the finals this year, don't they?
Yeah, spot on. Both the Nightcliff Dragons and the Northern Sharks will play South Darwin before the end of the season, and you tend to believe they'll both pick up a win there. It probably means that the Nightcliff Dragons will get the 4th place. But for the Northern Sharks to be that mathematical possibility, they need to win all their games from here. They need to win round 13 to 15 to make it into the finals. And that's going to be a massive challenge because tonight they've got to play Darwin Brothers, who are sitting second on the ladder, who are one of the big 3 and will be very tough to beat tonight.
Well, looks like it's just a few minutes away from your game, Cam. What we might do is just go back to WA and watch the highlights of this clash, and by that time you should be ready to call the game in the DABSCO Premiership, which I'm really looking forward to, mate. So let's just go have a look at the highlights from round 14 or 13 here in the Field to Go and Play Premiership. It was a pretty, it was a turn up. It was the North Beach Seagulls again going down 2 weeks in a row. This time they've gone down to the Freo Roosters. A bit of a turn up for the books. We were expecting North Beach to bounce back after going down to the bottom place Sharks last week. But the Roosters, from about the 10-minute mark, it was all them. And the second half, it was just absolutely dominated by the blue and the red. The North Beach Seagulls absolutely got no look in. The game was played predominantly inside their defensive zone, and they put on a bit of a clinic in the end. Some really bad handling errors, some bad discipline, horrible penalties, loose carries, and in the end, they were shown up. And if the South Perth Lions can defeat the Willagee Bears, they're going to lose top spot. They're going to lose 2 in a row. But what that means as far as the Field to Go Play Premiership, it is wide open. Absolutely wide open. So we're just waiting for the teams in the top end to come on so we can start what will be a pretty enthralling clash. You see that man on screen there. Rangi Hayeda, the fullback, is to Butler and dishes it off over the top. That was their last try, and that really represented what type of game that was for the Roosters this evening. It was very much a team effort. We're going to take a very, very quick break, and we'll be back very shortly for the DABSCO Premiership. It is the Darwin Brothers taking on the Northern Sharks. Don't go anywhere. We're back very shortly. All right. Players and officials on the ground now at TRL Stadium in the top end. It's Top End Rugby League, the back end of Super Saturday. It's been a fantastic day down here in Western Australia, in Perth, down the bottom end. Now we're at the top end for some hot and fast rugby league as we see the teams come together. We're going to throw up to our call team, Cam and Co. TRL Stadium, boys, take it away at DABSCO Premiership.
Yeah, thanks Dave, and welcome to TRL Stadium for this round 13 clash. We're just going to pause right here. We are observing a minute's silence. We had a life member for the Darwin Brothers Club pass away during the week, Frederick George May, known as Spider. So we'll just pause now to observe this minute's silence. And there you have it. Yes, it is this round 13 clash between Darwin Brothers up against the Northern Sharks. It's a 1v5 game, a must-win game for the Northern Sharks if they are going to have any chance of making the final for the top four here in the DABSCO Premiership. We've got 3 games on this weekend in the DABSCO Premiership. We've got Brothers versus Sharks out at Webber Park in about 5 minutes. It'll be kickoff between the Litchfield Bears and the Nightcliff Dragons. And then we also have South Darwin Rabbitohs coming up against the Palmerston Raiders. It looks like Darwin Brothers will be kicking off. They will
behind
be
the
running
kicker,
from
boys.
right to left on your screen. The Northern Sharks will be running from left to right. As play gets underway, Dallas Coulton kicks off.
Go low now, usual.
Kicks down deep, goes to the winger in Mick. Sorry, Hunt that is. He'll bring it back on the 20-metre line. He'll play the ball back very slowly there. They'll go the open side. Brought down on the 30-metre line. Collie at acting half. They'll look to spread it wide, the Northern Sharks. 2 passes wide will be brought down. 35 metres out now. Sharks, they'll go the short side. Good cover defence there from Darwin Brothers. On the halfway now. Referee will rule 5th and last now. The Sharks will get a kick away. Rubu playing at fullback. He'll take the ball. He's met by 3 Sharks defenders. Good opening set there from the Northern Sharks.
11 off the ball.
We'll play the ball back. Rubu on the 40-metre line.
Go.
That looks like Cairo Ahmad, I think, or Jack Newton. Just grab those team sheets. They're just coming up now. They'll go the short side. Aaron Kernoth gets a kick away. Look to find touch. Zaro's going back. He'll collect the ball. 5 metres out from his own try line. The kick chase is good from Darwin Brothers. The Sharks will play at 5 out from their own line.
17, roll out. Hold. Hold. Go. 2. Relax now.
So we just received the team sheets, which is great news. The Northern Sharks, they'll play the ball back. 30 metres out, centre field.
9 off the ball.
Collie acting half.
Stand. Let
40 metres out now. Brothers Look to bring it one off. Gets the offload back to Rubu. On the halfway now. Matt. He'll have Williams at acting half. They come through Coulton. This is Nicky, jersey number 4. Bounces off the first. Brings it up over the 30-metre line. Williams at acting half. He'll go to Kernoth. Kernoth, puts the ball on the toe, kicks it up over the top. The Sharks will come up with it. Through Jaden Mick. Well diffused there by the Sharks outside back.
Hands away now, 8. Hold.
Been a fairly clean game so far, no drop ball. The Sharks with it, centre field, 20 metres out.
Hold. Hold.
Numbers either side.
3.
They'll bring it the stadium side.
Hold. Hold.
And that's Falau Maloa, jersey number 25. Referee rules inside the 10 there. Sharks will get a relieving penalty.
Yep. Also have a look.
Rataru, jersey number 11, was looking to get a roll on there from the Northern Sharks. The Sharks a great opportunity now to kick the ball into Darwin Brothers territory. He will find touch just over the halfway. Collie will take the tap. Rataru up over the 40-metre line. Deep back lines starting to get set for the Northern Sharks. They'll just bring it one out, turns it back on the inside. 25 has gone through. Maloa still going. He's going to be hard to bring down. He is brought down a few metres out from the line. He juggled the ball but regained. The referee just said no knock on there. And the Sharks now on a great chance to go over early in this game. Mallard will play the ball back to Collie. Slow play the ball here. Slow to his feet. On the toe. Kicks out to his winger. He'll collect. The ball goes through his hands and goes into touch. Well, the Northern Sharks, they had an opportunity there. We saw Falau Maloa. He busted through the line, regathered the ball before a knock-on was called, made it all the way through to the 5-metre line. But now Darwin Brothers will get to bring it out from their own territory here. Bit of a softening up period here in this game. Fairly low mistake rate. No score on the board yet. 7 minutes gone.
Stand down, 10.
Williams at acting half.
2.
This is Nicky. Standing at first receiver. Coming in to take some pressure off his forwards. They'll bring it to the grandstand side. Tobin, centre field. Good strong run. Made good metres there for Darwin Brothers. Williams to Kernoth. He'll kick long. He'll kick towards the sideline. It will stay in. He'll be taken on the full by the Sharks winger. And they'll bring it back. And he'll be met 20 metres out from his own try line. Good play there from the Sharks winger in Jaden Berto. Joviani Hunt is taken heavily in that tackle there by Darwin Brothers.
2. 8, you're going early, mate. Here, hold with me. Hold. Go.
First off. Some great defence here from Darwin Brothers. Sharks are struggling to make metres here. It looks like they've come up with the ball there. What will the referee call? He's looking to the sideline. Brothers are patting each other on the head. They believe it's just popped out that no hand was in there. And looks like Darwin Brothers will have the loose head and the feed here. Scrum to set here, just shy of the 30-metre line. Brothers feed from the scrum base. This is Coulton. Back underneath is Tupou. Straightens it up. Williams at acting half. They go to Coombs. Jersey number 8, the big front rower. He's quite mobile. He brings it up over the 20-metre line. Williams to Tobin. Tobin off to Kernoth. Kernoth, he brings it back centre field. 10 metres out. Williams to Rubu. Rubu looks to go wide. No, he'll bring a player back in underneath him, but he will be wrapped up from the Sharks defenders there. Good defence there from the Sharks. Mara. This is the last. They've got a deep back line on the left if they use it, Darwin brothers. Kernoth's on the left of the ruck. Williams will go from acting half, tries to burrow his way over. The referee, he's looking at his touch judges. He's about to point to the spot. And there it is, first points on the board to Darwin brothers. I believe it was Connor Williams in jersey number 9 that was able to burrow over there. And it's taken about 10 minutes of play to get some points on the board. Darwin brothers, first try scorer here, lead 4-0. Well, we saw Darwin brothers with the ball in the red zone there. They did have a deep back line set to the grandstand side. Aaron Kernoth standing on the grandstand side. That would have led the Sharks defenders believe that the ball was definitely going to the left. But Connor Williams from acting half picked the ball up, went to his right, bounced off the one, spun back and was able to burrow over there and plant the ball down. And in this DABSCO Premiership match, first versus fifth, it's taken 10 minutes to get a try on the board. That's a positive sign there for the Northern Sharks defence. Dallas Coulton lining up. Kick centre field, right in front of the posts. Steadies. Comes in and he'll add the extras there. 6-0 now. Darwin brothers over the Northern Sharks. 10 minutes of play gone. So a positive sign in terms of defence for the Northern Sharks in these opening minutes. Darwin brothers, such a great attacking team, have taken 10 minutes to get the first points on the board. The Sharks have had their opportunities as well early on. Very slow to bring it back to the halfway, allowing Darwin brothers to get themselves set. Great to see Matthew Mallard back in the side for the Northern Sharks this evening. Jersey number 12 as the Sharks kick off. Will go deep. Brothers will bring it back through Elijah Coombs. He gets a full head of steam up, brings it up over the 20. And eventually will be brought down on the 30-metre lines. Great kick return there from Elijah Coombs. Darwin brothers front rower. Williams, they'll go the open side. Through Mara. He'll play the ball back. Slow play the ball there. Tobin, short ball. Prepared to play a little bit wider than the ruck, Darwin brothers, in these early accounts of the game. Tobin wraps around the back and he'll take another ruck up here. That's good stuff there from Andrew Tobin. He gets the offload back. Coombs now with the ball. Looks to shrug off a defender. He won't be able to. And eventually he'll brought down 38 metres out from the Northern Sharks line. Williams appeals for a penalty. Referee says no. Tobin again. This is his third use of the ball in this set of 6. Getting through a ton of work. Williams. Coulton to Kernoth. Kicks it short for himself. Zaro coming through. Oh, Darwin brothers look to come up with the ball, but they're unable to hold on to it. Leon Rodemer, jersey number 3, bats the ball forward, and that's where the knock-on will be called. No, referee might actually be giving the scrum feed to Darwin brothers here. First knock-on he's going to rule from the Northern Sharks. Second knock-on from Darwin brothers. Great opportunity here for Darwin brothers, 13 minutes into this game, to go right on the attack inside the Northern Sharks red zone with a scrum to set. You can see Kenneth O'Connor standing at first receiver there, Dallas Coulton. Jonas Nicky also out there in the back line. Out on the field in 15 is Tame Tupou. And out on this wing is Hayden Riggs. They look to bring it this way. Nicky standing left of the ruck. It comes to Nicky. He's got Coulton on his outside. He'll look to use Riggs. He gets to Riggs. Riggs steps back on the inside. He's very close. The referee's going to blow his whistle there. Don't think he's managed to get over the line. He's going to send Darwin Brothers back to the 10 metres line to play the ball there. Hayden Riggs, jersey number 5. He was oh so close. He stepped back on the inside, but it was great line defence there from the Northern Sharks. Nicky, back underneath him is Natapau. Natapau, he'll play the ball back. Coulton is at acting half. Nicky's at first receiver. They'll bring it centre field. Tupou stands in the tackle, eventually wrestled to the ground. They'll bring it through Tobin. Tobin to Kernoth. Kernoth will get it out wide. Darwin Brothers, they'll break through the tackle here and they'll dive over to score. Albert Rubu playing in jersey number 1 with no Antonio James tonight. Well, that was a great piece of play there from Darwin Brothers, really just putting the ball through their hands, allowing the football to do the work. And we see some forwards taking the ball, but instead of taking the ruck, passing it out wide. And Albert Rubu, he'll come up with the try, the second try for this evening, as Darwin Brothers extend their lead. It's 10 points to 0 with a kick to come. Well, Darwin Brothers, their forward pack, plenty of ball-playing forwards in the forward pack. Andrew Tobin on that occasion, catch and pass rather than the ruck. A set play there. Enterprising play there by Darwin Brothers. Plenty of options out on the field. About 15 minutes gone now, 10 points to 0 up on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. Coulton, he is left with a difficult kick though here. Looks to be about 1 metre in from touch. About 25 metres out. Kicking from the right-hand side of the field. No co-commentator or sideline commentator for me this evening as Dallas Coulton lines up the kick. Sharks will be making 2 interchanges following this conversion attempt. Coulton comes in, strikes. It's a great kick there from Dallas Coulton. He's kicked it from the sideline. That's 12 points to 0. The Darwin Brothers lead the Northern Sharks, and we're a little over 15 minutes of play into this game. Of course, 2 verse 5 in this game. Litchfield Bears sitting top of the table. Darwin Brothers are second. Palmerston Raiders are third. Nightcliff Dragons currently sit 4th. The Northern Sharks are 2 points out of the top 4 in 5th place, as Brothers will bring it back through Tobin. Gee, he's been good. His stat sheet is very impressive in the opening 15 minutes of the game as Natapau brings it up. He follows up. Great ruck by Tobin, great ruck by Natapau. Darwin Brothers, they'll play it through the forwards here to look to get them back towards halfway following scoring the try. Over the 40. Good quick play the ball there. Stumbles at acting half. No knock on, play on. Nicky, he's got the ball. He's got space on the outside if he gets it out to Riggs. Nicky's broken through the line. He'll look to get the ball back. No, he throws the dummy and goes himself. Oh, that's a great try there for Caleb Nicky. It was a good quick play, the ball. They came the short side. Caleb Nicky had Hayden Riggs on his outside, but he elected to go himself and he broke through the line. Caleb Nicky with a clean set of boots. He faded to go back on the inside through the dummy. Everyone fell for it, and Caleb Nicky had enough toe. He eventually was tackled, but his momentum has taken him over the try line. And that is a great set of 6 for Darwin Brothers after the previous try. Couple of great rucks there from Natapau and Tobin. Through the centre field, they brought it to the left to the grandstand side, and Caleb Nicky able to break through the line, and Darwin Brothers now lead 16 points to 0 with a kick to come. Well, in the previous game, we celebrated Ellie Nicky's 50th game for Darwin Brothers, and she picked herself up a try, as did Liana Nicky. And now here in the DABSCO Premiership, Caleb Nicky's picked himself up a try, so it's been a Nicky triathon. Coulton, he kicked the last one from the other touchline, about 20 centimetres in from touch, 25 metres out. A kick from the left-hand side, touchline now. Can he make it 3 from 3? Just to the right-hand side. Kick unsuccessful, so it remains 16 points to 0 up on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. Dallas Coulton, he's a right foot kicker. He kicked it from the right-hand side. He couldn't kick it from the left-hand touchline. 16 points to 0. About 20 minutes left on the clock up on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. Darwin Brothers 16 over the Northern Sharks 0. We might look to get some score updates from around the grounds for McDonald's. No score yet that we can see in the Litchfield Bears up against the Nightcliff Dragons match. Later on this evening will be the South Darwin Rabbitohs up against the Palmerston Raiders. As the Sharks restart play again, they'll kick deep to the left-hand touch side. Brothers will bring it back yet again through Tobin. Will we see a repeat here? Will it be Natapau? He is lining up again. Last time it was Tobin, then it was Natapau, and they follow the same plan again. Natapau, centre field, great ruck there. Brothers, they'll go the same blueprint again here. Centre field with jersey number 17, that's Langamara. So the first 3 rucks are the same for Darwin Brothers. Coulton, they'll bring it to the grandstand side. They'll bring back underneath his Tame Tupou. Just over the halfway, Darwin Brothers, as Natapau takes his second ruck of this set of 6. Good run. Up over the 40. Referee rules 5th and last. They'll look to Kernoth. He'll get the kick away. It will be a centre field bomb. This one will be hard to take. Brothers have got runners through. The Sharks do take it on the full. Taken well there by Jaden Berto for the Northern Sharks. And they'll run from acting half. Only able to get a metre or 2 there. Aaron Kernoth affects the tackle. Got a lot of work here to do, Northern Sharks, to bring the ball out from their territory. Brothers, they've got a strong line here. Mallard, he's met by Williams. They look to bring it up over the 40-metre line. 5th and last there. They've been able to go about 20 metres in that set of 6 there, the Northern Sharks. Mick gets the kick away. High. Rubu's under it. He'll go to ground, but he takes the ball cleanly, gets to his feet, and he's able to bring it back to about 35 metres out. Riggs at acting half. Gets it onto his fellow winger, Kenneth O'Connor. O'Connor will play the ball 40 metres out. They'll go the far side. Riggs will bring it back. Riggs will try and run around the Northern Sharks defence, and he's done a fairly decent effort of that. He's able to stay in the field of play, eventually brought down. As Nicky will go from acting half to Coulton. Coulton off to Warrisam. Warrisam beats the first, can't beat the second. Will look to get a quick play the ball there. Gets to his feet, plays the ball back. This is Armat. Armat off to Kernoth. Fades on the inside. Oh, that will be an intercept ball there. The Northern Sharks have taken an intercept there. And now we've got a foot race. Dallas Coulton is running and chasing, but he's not going to be able to catch up with the Northern Sharks centre 3/4, Jaden Mick. And Jaden Mick, he read the play beautifully. Aaron Kernoth went to the right-hand side of the field. Mick was able to come up with the intercept, and then it was a foot race between Mick and Coulton, and Mick has run it, although he did have a head start, and that's the first points on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard for the Northern Sharks. It's now 16 points to 4 with a kick to come. Well, it was all Darwin brothers' play there. They looked to take the ball out to the right-hand side. Nice little piece of play there from Darwin brothers, but Jaden Mick, he read it beautifully. He elected to go for the ball rather than the man, and had he not done that, if the ball had found its mark, it was probably going to be a try over in the right-hand corner. But Jaden Mick, he was able to run the 70-odd metres to plant the ball down. About 10 metres to the left-hand side uprights. An opportunity here to add the extras to make it 16 to 6. It's currently 16 to 4. On the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard, we've got about 16 minutes left to play in this first half. They absolutely needed that, the Northern Sharks. About 10 metres in from touch. 22 metres out from the try line. Referees, touch judges raise their flags. So it's 16 points to 6. I think that was Jaden Burdo who added the extras there in jersey number 2. Yes, Jaden Burdo, jersey number 2. Good kick there from the Northern Sharks. 16 points to 6 up on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. And Darwin brothers' turn now to restart play. Centre field. Well, the Northern Sharks, they absolutely need to get a win here if they're any chance to make the top 4. And it's great to see them get on the board here in the first half as Coulton restarts play. Bounces off the knees, no knock on there. He'll get to bring it back. He looked up and looked at the referee, but it was clearly off his knees. Referee said play on, and met by 3 Darwin brothers defenders, 10 metres out from their own line, the Northern Sharks. I want to get a good set in attack here under their belts as they come back out from after that try. Just need a settling set of 6 here, the Sharks, with no mistakes. They've got numbers here on the side. Cleaned up there by Dallas Coulton there. They found themselves with space down this grandstand touch side. Oh, there's a great offload there. The Northern Sharks are going to go through here. He's got 1, 2 to beat. He won't be able to get him through. But Zaro, wow, he read that offload. He came from a mile away. He picked the offload up and went straight through. Mick will get the ball on the toe. Rubu will clean up there. Well, a nice piece of play there from the Northern Sharks. They were struggling to come out from their own half. And there was a great little offload to Zaro. He looked to run from very deep from the fullback position to pick that ball up. He was brought down by Darwin brothers. But then Mick was able to get the ball away, a kick away. It was batted back by Rubu. So it is a goal line dropout. Coulton restarts play. Oh, the Northern Sharks allow that to bounce. Lack of communication there. Cesaro will bring it back. He is met about 43 metres out from the try line, from the brothers' try line, I should say. They'll bring it centre field through Norris. Frederick Norris. Field. Addo Norris bounces off a few, eventually brought down. Great to see Cooper Field out there. He's wearing jersey number 4. He didn't play last week. He was in the halfback position the week before. Great to see him back out there, Cooper Field. He'll add a little bit of spark and structure to the Northern Sharks line. He'll be here at acting half for this play. This is Mick. Mick will get the ball over the top there. They got numbers if they get the ball out. They do. This is Berto. Berto, he won't be able to beat the wide Darwin brothers defender. I think that was Kernoth there defending out on the wing. Oh, that ball's gone to ground there from the Northern Sharks. Darwin brothers will come out. Well, that's a let off there. Jaden Mick unable to hold on to the ball there. As Ahmad, great run there. Cairo Ahmad up over the 30. Warasam, he'll line up for this next ruck. No, he'll go to Nicky. Nicky will bring it back. Beats the first, can't beat the second. Taken 41 metres out. Rubu from half. Up over the halfway, Darwin brothers. Rodemer. Referee's found a knock-on in there. Rubu was appealing for a penalty. But the referee has found a knock-on. He will pack a scrum down. It will be a Northern Sharks loose head and feed. The scrum will pack down about 5 metres shy of halfway, almost centre field. About 11 minutes left up on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. It's 16 points to 6. Darwin brothers over the Northern Sharks. Damien Mick, I should say, in jersey 17. He'll pack the scrum here for the Northern Sharks. They'll bring it the grandstand side. Field brings a man back underneath him. Well read there from the Darwin brothers defenders in Warasam. Newman, force back. Great defence there from Warasam. And there's a knock on there. Well, just after the Darwin brothers knocked it on, the Northern Sharks have made an error there in the tackle. And so it'll be Darwin brothers for a scrum just over the halfway in Northern Sharks territory. About 10 minutes to play. A few errors starting to creep into the game here. Coulton feeds the scrum. Nicky, Jonas Nicky that is, breaks from the base of the scrum. Jonas Nicky will get the ball back. That will be Cairo Ahmad who's got the ball centre field. Did the ball pop out there? No, he's looked to be able to hold on to it. This is Coombs playing on the right-hand side of the ruck tonight. They'll bring it back to Kernoth. He'll link up there with Coulton. He'll kick through. He'll kick for Warasam, who's coming through very fast. That's nicely cleaned up there by Zaro, the fullback. Bailey Zaro, the fullback for the Northern Sharks. He read it well. Nice piece of play there from Brothers, but it was well read. Brothers had players running through, but Zaro, he'd positioned himself beautifully at the fullback position to clean up the ball there. And the Sharks will bring the ball back through Joviani Hunt. Play the ball back field. Looks to be playing in the acting half position at the moment. Colley's back on the field now. Goes back into acting half. Referee blows the whistle. He's found an error there. So another opportunity for Darwin Brothers. Well, the Sharks were bringing the ball out from their own territory. They needed to get a settling set of 6 and a good kick away. They're unable to do so. So about 22 metres out. About 20 metres in from the grandstand touchline. They'll get an opportunity to go on attack. About 8 minutes, I think it says up there on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. At 16 points to 6, Darwin Brothers over the Northern Sharks. Coulton will feed the scrum. Williams breaks from the base. Kernoth. Kernoth will go himself. Beats the first. Comes back centre field. Eventually brought down. Newman affects the tackle. Williams to Coombs. Coombs stands in the tackle. Bounces off the first one. Breaks through the second. He's still going, Elijah Coombs. Great run there from the front rower. He's about 5 shy of the try line. Brothers, they'll go the far try line. Kernoth will bring the ball back. He'll be wrapped up about a metre short of the try line. Williams from acting half. Coombs, he'll run himself, Willie, dancing there. Eventually settles it. I think that's the 4th tackle there. They'll play the ball back to Williams. Which way will he go? He'll go the left through Ahmad. Ahmad will bring it out to Coulton. Coulton will throw the ball to Nicky. Nicky bounces off 1, 2, 3. Will he able to find a way through? No, that's a great tackle there. I think it was Newman there on Caleb Nicky. Very quick play there from Zaro. up off his try line. He's able to effect the tackle and steal the ball all in one motion. And the Northern Sharks will escape there from a great cover tackle there from Newman and a steal there from Bailey Zaro. Well done there to the Northern Sharks. 20 metres out from their own line. They'll go blindside play here. Short hand, quick pass. Hunt will play the ball back. This is Field. Newman now. Playing off the halfback. Great run there from Newman. Settles the ball. They'll bring it back the grandstand side. Oh, and they've let themselves down. Unfortunately, Carl Gerard unable to control that football. He should have. And once again, the Northern Sharks putting themselves back under pressure with an incomplete set of 6. With another scrum to pack down. Just over the 40-metre line, about 30 metres out from the Northern Sharks line. Great opportunity for Darwin Brothers, just shy of half-time. Coulton will feed this scrum. Williams will break again from the base. He'll go to Riggs. Riggs will settle the ball. As Warrisam looks to come off the field, jersey number 15 will be Tame Tupou coming back on for Darwin Brothers. As Brothers centre field, 21 metres out, Williams through Armat. He's about 11 metres out now from the Northern Sharks line. They got options both sides. They bring it to the left. Rubu breaks away from field. Tries to weave his way through. I think he will find a way through. Well, Rubu's been able to weave his way through and he'll score the try. The referee has blown time off. I think he'll look to see if there is an obstruction there. There was a player in defence. Sorry, there was a player standing in the line from Darwin Brothers. Rubu did find a way through, but the referee will come back and he will look to blow a penalty to the Northern Sharks. There was a Darwin Brothers player standing in the line defence, not intentionally, but was left there. Rubu being able to weave his way through, but defenders were impeded. So the Northern Sharks off the hook there. Cooperfield will kick for the touchline. They'll take the tap 30 metres out. They need to complete this set of 6 to give themselves some breathing space, put the Darwin Brothers defensive line under a bit of pressure. As Newman will bring it back. Gee, he's been good. He's done a ton of work in the first half, Newman, for the Northern Sharks. Collie from acting half. That's Chong. Jersey number 16. We actually had 3 players listed at jersey number 16, so I believe that was Chong there. They'll bring it out to the left-hand touchline, I should say, the Northern Sharks. A chance for the intercept there from Darwin Brothers. Just couldn't reach the ball. Sharks will come up with it. Play the ball back. Mallard, tall, rangy back rower, gets it up over the 40-metre line. Collie to Mick. Mick will kick through. A bit deeper than Rubu. Riggs will come up with the ball there and he'll bring it back. Well read there by the Darwin Brothers winger. Rubu just wasn't deep enough, but Riggs had him covered. Darwin Brothers with the ball 18 metres out from their own try line through Rubu. Rubu tackled 25 metres out. Coulton's at acting half. Nicky looks to take this ruck. Yes, it is Caleb Nicky that will bring the ball back up over the 30-metre line. Coming in off his centre, positioning to take some pressure off the forwards. Great run there, up to the halfway. Darwin Brothers. Good quick play the ball as well. And this is Coombs, it looks like. No, it's Armat. Armat up over the 40. Getting a roll on here, Darwin Brothers, as Tobin looks to shape the ball. No, it goes to Kernoth. He puts the ball high. Bailey is under it. Bailey Zaro. He takes the ball on the full. The kick chase is good from Coulton. And I think Armat, is it? No, not Armat. It was Tupou. They effected the tackle. Well taken there from the Northern Sharks fullback in Zaro as the referee blows the penalty to the Northern Sharks. Well, a relieving penalty there, held down in the tackle. 2 minutes 50 left up on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard clock. 16 points to 6. Darwin Brothers lead the Northern Sharks. Cooperfield finds touch 35 metres out from his own try line. What can the Northern Sharks do with the ball in the back end of this first half? They'll bring it to Mallard. Mallard settles it just on the 40-metre line. He's met by Tupou. Tupou up high and another defender down low. Colley from acting half. Back to Newman, that man again. He's met by Tobin. Wrestles, struggles. He's up on the halfway, over the halfway. Well done to Jack Newman. Colley from acting half. They push it to the left through Mick. Mick brings a player back underneath him. Sharks. They push it left. Mick can't hold on to that ball. Darwin Brothers come up with it. Aaron Kernoth on the counter-attack there. Looks to get up to the 40-metre line, just shy there. Well, now it's Darwin Brothers' chance with 1 minute and 40 left on the clock through Tobin. Another opportunity here through an error from the Northern Sharks for Darwin Brothers to apply pressure in the back part of this first half. Coombs over the 30-metre line. Williams at acting half. Tobin, he'll get the ball here. He's got a player outside him. The ball goes to ground. Play on there, it's Rubu. Rubu gets it off to Nicky. Nicky palms off the first player, gets the ball back to Rubu. What a pass there, palm from Caleb. Nicky, a big don't argue there. The next tackle was made as Riggs. He'll get on the ball to Coulton. Coulton to Tame Tupou. Tupou breaks through the first. Can't break through the tackle of Newman. Stands in the tackle. Centre field, 10 metres out. Riggs to Armat. Armat out to Kernoth. Kernoth gets the ball out wide. Tackle affected there from the Northern Sharks. They're about 5 metres short, the Darwin Brothers. Kernoth will get a flat pass there to Cairo Armat. What a ball. Aaron Kernoth to Cairo Armat, running at a gap there, the big front rower, and he threads the ball through Aaron Kernoth onto the chest of Cairo Armat, who crashes over to score the try. And that's a great try there from the Darwin Brothers, number 10 and front rower, Cairo Armat, with about 30 seconds left on the clock here. It's 20 points to 6, Darwin Brothers with a kick to come lead the Northern Sharks 6. Well, the Northern Sharks, they've placed themselves under plenty of pressure here in the back end of the first half through some drop ball. And Aaron Kernoth, he took full advantage of that drop ball, able to find a flying Cairo Armat running a beautiful line there. And I'm not too sure if the Northern Sharks are even able to lay a hand on him until it was all too late and put that try down to the number 10 for the Darwin Brothers, Cairo Armat. As Coulton, the opportunity to add the extras here. 20 points to 6 on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. This will be the final piece of play before they head to the sheds. Dallas Coulton. He's been good with the boot tonight. Right in front for this kick. Makes no mistake, touch judges raise the flag. So at halftime, it will be the Darwin Brothers 22, lead the Northern Sharks 6. In a fairly entertaining first half here. The game got underway with not a whole lot of errors from both sides, but errors did creep into the back 20 minutes of the first half. More errors from the Northern Sharks placing themselves under pressure. And at halftime, it is the Darwin Brothers 22 lead the Northern Sharks 6. Try scorers, 4 brothers. We've seen one from Albert Rubu, one from Caleb Nicky, one from Connor Williams, one from Cairo Armat. And Dallas Coulton with the kicks. He has converted 3 from 4, just one from the sideline he was unable to convert. For the Northern Sharks, their 6 points coming. A try from Jaden Mick, that was the intercept try. And then Jaden Berto added the extras. So Darwin Brothers 22 points to 6 at halftime up on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. We'll go around the grounds for McDonald's. And it's the Litchfield Bears 24 leading the Nightcliff Dragons 0. That is a 1v4 game out there at Webber Park, 1v4. The Nightcliff Dragons, despite the lopsided scoreboard, they still look likely to scrape into the top 4 here in the DABSCO Premiership Final Series. The late game tonight is South Darwin Rabbitohs versus the Palmerston Raiders, and that game is being played out there at Warren Park. Field number 3 here at TRL Stadium. Kickoff here is 7:40 local time. But at halftime, it is the Darwin brothers 22 lead the Northern Sharks 6.
Thanks, Cam. TRL Stadium, the top ends. Just before we go to break, we might do an around the grounds down
at halftime here.
Might do around the grounds at Field to Go and play Premiership.
Going on. Players are congratulating each other.
Oh no, what is going on?
Full-time scenes here. Who called it? We'll just get some confirmation on what's happened here at TRL Stadium. And at halftime, it's 22 points to 6. Players are congratulating each other as if it was full-time. It appears like it's full-time scenes here. We'll get some confirmation on what has happened here at TRL Stadium. Confusion here at the moment up here in the commentary box. I'm sure they know what's going on the sidelines. Well, just as we were about to take a break here at TRL Stadium at half-time, it looks like that might be the game called. Let's just run through those scores while we try and work out what's going on here. We've got the Litchfield Bears leading the Nightcliff Dragons 24 points to 0. The late game will start at 7:40. That's between the South Darwin Rabbitohs and the Palmerston Raiders. Whilst in the True Flow Services Premiership, we've seen the Palmerston Raiders 48 defeated South Darwin 0. We've seen Darwin Brothers 34 over the Northern Sharks 4, and that was in that 1v2 top of the table clash. And the Litchfield Bears have got away with the game against the Nightcliff Dragons, 24 points to 4. Now, we're led to believe that the Northern Sharks have called full-time here. We're just waiting on double confirmation there, but our first report through is that the Northern Sharks have called full-time at half-time. Only at 22 points to 6. They had scored a try, the Northern Sharks, and had some opportunities in patches. The Darwin brothers were able to score 4 points to 0. So in bizarre scenes, I suppose, here at Territory Rugby League Stadium, at halftime it looks like the match has been called. Well, let's just have a look at the DABSCO Premiership table with that game. So brothers, they'll go from 18 points through to 20 points if that is in fact what has happened with the Northern Sharks calling the game. The Sharks will remain in 5th position. The Dragons, despite that lopsided scoreboard out there at Webber Park, looks like they'll stick with their 4th position. And I suppose not a whole lot more really to talk about here from TRL Stadium. Bizarre scenes here.
So confirmation from the top end that the Northern Sharks, for some strange reason, have decided to forfeit the second half. What we're going to go try and do is get you some vision from Weber Park up there in Field 3. They've got a Premiership game going on up there. So we're going to take a quick break as technology can allow us to go anywhere at any time. So we're going to see if we can get you some vision from Field 3 at Weber Park, because it is Friday night, it is Saturday night footy, it is Super Saturday. We're going to take a quick break and then see what we can do. Don't go anywhere, we'll be hopefully back with some rugby league action from the top end shortly. welcome back to TRL Stadium, or Warren Park as it's called, Field 3. We have pivoted like you wouldn't believe. For some strange reason, the Northern Sharks didn't want to play rugby league in the second half. They called the game. So we've pivoted to Field 3. I'm excited. How about you? It is the South Down Rabbitohs going to host the the Dragons. And it is a brand new game. And we're hoping, we're just waiting for commentator Cam. He's going to have to, he's been left in the lurch as well, but hopefully he'll be there soon. But it will be the Rabbitohs and the Dragons on Super Saturday here at the top end.
Top right. Oh, there it is, yeah.
As we just seen our crew pivoting well. You're getting it all going on NRL Pathways here on Saturday night. Where else would you rather be
number 2, right?
for top end footy?
First one?
So as the teams take the field now.
Not me.
He might have got to get his car and bring it around.
Maybe around the car park, but
So the teams lining up for the start of the game. So we'll just bring you a call here from the studio while we wait for our wonderful team at the top end just to reset and pivot after a very strange turn of events. But here at home game of the South Darwin Rabbitohs hosting the Nightcliff Dragons. And we're underway, first half of the game. It'll be the Rabbits with first possession. Inside outside ball. Good carry off the first. This is off to the far edge. Good line speed from the Dragons. Dragons are in the green, predominantly green strip, so don't get confused. We might actually change our scoreboard colouring at half time. Rabbitohs in the red and the green strip. Dish back, here comes the kick. Allowed to bounce, will be collected. Was that knocked forward or backwards? Referee's going to say knock on. And that should be another set for the home side, or will it be a changeover? Let's see here, just there. I think it was a knock on by the Rabbitohs first. So big unit here, massive unit. He's a big fella for the Dragons. Eventually grabbed by the leg to brought down on first. This is off to his left, shows the ball to his left. We see TRL Stadium in the background. What a great picture that is on a Saturday night. Inside ball, the 12 almost taken in the back. In the end, second and third tackler had to bring him down. Dishes off inside, almost captured by the marker. The big unit, the number 10. Second run in the set. Stands in the tackle. We can't go any further. Slow play the ball in the middle of the park. The runner, the 6. Beat the 6. Can he find his way through from dummy half? Wrapped up. About 10 out. They've got to use that far edge now. 2 sets of hands. Good pass. Just managed to find that on the end. And the Raiders, not the Dragons, the Raiders go in first.
Yeah, doing it.
Just some slight challenges on field 3. We're back live again. It's all happening. No, it's all happening. Saturday night, top end footy. If you're not entertained, why not? If you've just joined us, it was the Dragons that went in first. Sorry, not the Dragons. We'll get there in the end. Pivoting like a ballerina we are. That's all good. Waiting for our wonderful caller Cam to head down to field 3 and give us some dulcet tones from live at the venue. And that conversion has been missed. So the score remains 4-0. All right, we've corrected the scoreboard. Got there in the end. Raiders scored first. They look like they might be able to score again. First set after points on the second. Holds the ball up. Thought about dishing to his right. Goes the run in the end. He's going to cut him up like a big slab of butter brought down by the back. From the back, I should say. Home of the South Darwin Rabbitohs. Dishes off to that far edge. Holds the ball up. Looking for a runner on the outside. Crashes through. First ever live game from Warren Park. On that far edge, they like it to the Raiders. That's well taken. Good tackle on the fifth and last. What can the Raiders do? First set after points. Not a great pass. Picked up at the back. I think, does he know it's fifth? I'm not sure he does. He wants to have a run. He wants to go all the way. He's not going to score. He might have lost that. I think he has lost that. And
I'm going to ask Ned. Don't you worry about it.
And that'll be a changeover.
He was getting some zoom ins and outs of when they were kicking the conversion as well, which is something that I don't usually.
So the Rabbits will get to clear deep in their own end.
Oh, Mr. Jokey Face over there.
I didn't like him doing motorplace. I'm just saying that.
Fresh out of 6 for the Rabbits. We just lost some audio from the venue. That's all right. We'll work it out as we go along. Off one. The Rabbits need to get out of their own end. They haven't been out. That's not a great pass. Picked up at the back from the Raiders. They make him punish. There's no arms there. Crashes through. Goes for the second. Eventually gets him down. Gives him a bit of afters too. And if that's at 6 again, and if Cam can hear us, Cam can take over because the Raiders are about to score their second. Just held up. Six again, another 6 again for the Raiders inside the middle of the park now. They're going to use that far edge.
David's Cam, I'm over now on field 3 at Warren Park.
After you,
this
Cam.
Is Frank Hyde style from the card table from the sideline. So hopefully you're starting to get our call through the game here. Geordie, do we have a score update at the moment?
4-0 Raiders.
We've got the Raiders with the ball, and that's Blomley with it with about 10 metres out from the South Darwin try line. The referee indicates 6 again. The Raiders push the ball to the right. It has gone ball to ground. The referee will rule a knock on there, so South Darwin will come up with it through a scrum feed. Of course, field 3 is Warren Park. It is the traditional home ground of the South Darwin Rabbitohs here. Well before the major redevelopment of Territory Rugby League Stadium, so it's great to be back out over here on field 3 Warren Park for this South Darwin game between South Darwin Rabbitohs and the Palmerston Raiders, as South Darwin will look to feed the scrum. Thank you. They'll come up with it. First receiver, he'll get tackled by the Palmerston Raiders there. One up off the ruck. Solid defence there from the Palmerston Raiders. They push it to the right. Oh, that's a great hit there. Number 8 for the Raiders. Kolomatangi really got under his ribs, but he got to his feet and it was a good quick play of the ball. That's 4 tackles. Kolomatangi looking to come to the sideline, holding that left arm a little awkwardly. Kick gets away. It is a great kick there from South Darwin Rabbitohs. It has hit the ground, I would say, about 10 centimetres in the field of play before going out. We'll look and see what the referee indicates, whether he rules a South Darwin or a Palmerston Raiders ball. He's pointing to the spot. Looks like it will be a Raiders ball. Must have been close. No, he would have been outside the 40 when he kicked it there. So the Raiders will play the ball a little over 10 metres out from their own try line. Centre field. They bring it to the left, to the right, I should say. This is Jeff Denovic, experienced player for the Raiders. Playing one off the ruck there. Acting half is Russell for the Raiders. They push it to the left. 2 passes wide. You've got some space to move here. They'll bring it back centre field, the Raiders. Eventually being wrapped up by 1-2 South Darwin defenders. Raiders back to the left. Players in motion. Ball does go to the ground. South Darwin will come up to it. It looks like it'll be a double knock on here. Yes, that's what the referee indicates. And a scrum to pack down. I would expect that he would give it to the South Darwin Rabbitohs. All right, let's see what South Darwin can do with this ball. Just shy of the halfway is the scrum. They'll look to put it through the hands, but the first receiver takes the ball underneath the wing and is tackled about 5 short of the halfway. From acting half, they'll bring it to the short side. Solid run there. Just short of the 40-metre line there, about 42 metres out from the Raiders try line. Souths bring it inside. He's picked up in a solid tackle. Well, Jaron Pereira is picked up in a very solid tackle. Looks like from Blake Bromley. The Palmerston Raiders lock forward. Pereira on the ground. A little bit of concern has been shown by Bromley as the trainer comes onto the field. It was a solid hit. He was picked up. He hit the ground solidly. 4-0 here on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. Palmerston Raiders 4, South Darwin Rabbitohs 0. We might just take a short break here while the player is attended to by the South Darwin Rabbitohs trainers. It is the first half here in this clash between the Palmerston Raiders and the South Darwin Rabbitohs. We might just whip around those scores thanks to McDonald's. In the True Flow Services Premiership, we saw the Palmerston Raiders 48 defeat the South Darwin Rabbitohs 0. Darwin Brothers 34 over the Northern Sharks 4. And the Litchfield Bears out there at Webber Park, Litchfield Bears 24 over the Nightcliff Dragons 4. Whilst in the DABSCO Premiership, in bizarre scenes, the game between the Darwin Brothers and the Northern Sharks was called off at half-time. It appears by the Northern Sharks. They've called the game at half-time. So at half-time, Darwin Brothers were leading 22 points to 6. And out there at Webber Park, the score update that we have is the Litchfield Bears 52 over the Nightcliff Dragons 0. But here at Warren Park, it is the Palmerston Raiders 4 leading South Darwin Rabbitohs 0 as that player is able to walk off the field, which is a good sign. Plenty of care being shown to the South Darwin player. Some concerns that he hit the ground rather heavily, but he's able to walk off the field. So that try scorer for the Palmerston Raiders was Mateos Hayes. And that's how we have a 4-0 scoreline here. As play looks to get underway, it's a South Darwin ball. They'll play the ball 40 metres out from the Palmerston Raiders try line. And they'll bring it to the left-hand touch field. Adams calls for it on the blind. It goes the open. They'll get a kick away. It bounces. South's come up with the ball, push it back. Looks to flick it back in. The touchy flag goes up. Enterprising piece of play there by South Darwin. Palmerston Raiders will come back up with it. Through the play the ball, 20 metres in. One out stuff here from the Raiders. Very quick from acting half there. Referee says play on. The Raiders look to break the line. They're unable to. They'll play the ball on the 40-metre line. Well, the South Darwin players came up very quick from the acting half, on the acting half, I should say. As Brown Strath is brought down just on the halfway. There's a loose ball there. Referee says it has been lost in the tackle, so South Darwin will come up with it right on the halfway. The Palmerston Raiders unable to control the ball in the tackle, and it will be a South Darwin Rabbitohs loose head and the feed with a scrum to take place on the halfway. Open side for South Darwin. Looks to be Gamini with the ball in hand. It's come up with a knock-on. Well, that's unfortunate stuff there for the South Darwin Rabbitohs. An opportunity with a scrum feed on the halfway. Unable to control the ball in that tackle. And an opportunity for the Palmerston Raiders to go back on the attack. just shy of the halfway with the scrum feed. Walsh is at first receiver. He'll bring it out through Cubillo. Cubillo runs hard, met with a solid tackle. The Raiders, good straight running there. From acting half, they'll take a scurry. Looks to get an offload, he won't be able to. 4 tackles gone. They'll bring it to the right. Walsh will push it through. Stands in the tackle is Brownstrath. About 3 metres in from touch, about 10 shy of the try line. Ball goes to ground, play on. Walsh picks it up on the half volley, gets the ball off. They'll spread it wide, the Palmerston Raiders. They've got space out here. They'll look to get an offload. Will he be able to get the ball away? No, he's taken in a great tackle by the South Darwin defender. Well, they had numbers out there, the Palmerston Raiders, but a great tackle by South Darwin. They were able to effect the tackle. But it does look to see that the Palmerston Raiders have been able to burrow their way over. And that's 8 points to 0 with a kick to come. And we've got about 24 and a half minutes left in this first half out here at Warren Park. Try to Lachlan Wade, jersey number 17 for the Palmerston Raiders. With a kick to come. Can he kick it from this left-hand touch field? He's about 25 metres out, 30 metres out, strikes the ball, waved away. So it will remain 8 points to 0, 23 and a half minutes left on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. 8 points to 0, Palmerston Raiders lead the South Darwin Rabbitohs. We're coming to you live from Warren Park, field number 3 out here at Territory Rugby League Stadium after bizarre scenes where the Darwin Brothers v Northern Sharks game was called off at halftime. The Northern Sharks calling that game off with the Darwin Brothers leading 22 points to 6. So it's great to be able to bring you this game. Palmerston Raiders and South Darwin Rabbitohs. South Darwin running right to left on your screen. Palmerston Raiders running left to right. It's good hang time on the kick there. The Raiders were met by 3 South Darwin defenders. They're about 35 metres out on the kick return. From acting half is Houlihan. He scurries. He's able to pick up 10 metres. Good run there from acting half. Angus Murphy, another run from acting half. Gee, there's easy metres here for the Palmerston Raiders. Getting out of the acting half very quickly. And this is Cubillo once again running from acting half. Well, they're just running from acting half at the moment, Palmerston Raiders. They've been able to make easy metres. South Darwin are holding on. They'll push it to the left, the Raiders. Ball has gone to ground. That is a Raiders error. So South Darwin will come up with the ball. About 30 metres out from their own try line. About 21 and a half minutes left on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. Raiders 8 leading South Darwin 0. Scrum to pack. It's a South Darwin ball. It comes out cleanly. They bring it to the open side. South Darwin, they'll bring it to the short side now. That's 2 there. Solid defence from the Palmerston Raiders. South Darwin continue to press down the short side. They've made it to the 40 now. Can they get up to the halfway? This is Wells. Big player there for South Darwin, jersey number 8. Just shy of the halfway. Love the way he picked it up right on the advantage line, Justin Wells. He's got up a little bit awkwardly there. Looks to be limping a little bit, Justin Wells. As the Rabbitohs make an error. Palmerston Raiders scrum feed just over the halfway into Rabbitohs territory. Jevdanovic packing in at the lock forward position, will break from the scrum base and will run himself. He'll look to break through the line. He does. He gets through one, can't get through the second of Gumini. He throws him to the ground, gets back to his feet. He's still going, Jevdanovic. Eventually he's wrapped up about 18 short of the South Darwin Rabbitohs try line. They'll bring it back centre field through Walsh. Walsh gets it on to Bromley. Bromley centres it, gets to his feet again. He's been told to play the ball. Fifth and last now. Ball comes back. It's 6 again. It's been knocked down by the Rabbitohs. This is Cabillo. Gets the ball out to the winger. Rabbitohs will come up with it. But the referee's going to play the knock on there. He had indicated 6 again. He's going to rule, I believe, that advantage wasn't achieved. And so the Palmerston Raiders will get the loose head and feed with a scrum feed about 10 metres out from the South Darwin Rabbitohs line. Keelan standing at first receiver off this scrum. Is a bigger body. Will he run with it? Will he look to get the ball out wider? He passes the ball out. Raiders can't hold on to it. Rabbitohs come up with it, and here's a chance for the Rabbitohs. Tries to get the ball away. Still going, the Rabbitohs attacker. Referee starts the set of 6 again. Rabbitohs met now in the first tackle. Well, there was an opportunity there for South Darwin. Had he been able to get the ball away, an unmarked man out on the wing. And this is Wells. Brings it to the 40. Looks to have got over that leg stiffness that he had before when he got up to his feet. Play the ball back. They bring it the open side. Nicky can't hold on to the ball. Referee says the ball's gone back. Play on. From acting half, floats the ball over the top. Raiders will come up with it. Houlihan with the ball. McGrath. Now through Kulamatangi. Referee blows a penalty. High tackle on Kulamatangi by the South Darwin defenders. Will the Raiders kick for touch, or will they take the tap? 8 points to 0, 17 minutes left on the clock on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. They'll take the tap, the Raiders, through Blomley. Eventually wrapped up, got to his feet, was able to play on, but didn't promote the ball any further. Lane to Walsh. Kulamatangi underneath Walsh, stepping. He'll be hard to stop from here. He is brought down just shy of the line, Kulamatangi. That's a great run. They'll push it to the left. It's a long floating ball. Goes to ground. Play on is the call. Wrapped up. Can't be far away from the try line. The ball has popped out there. It's a loose carry there from the Palmerston Raiders. The Rabbitohs will come up with the ball. Well, that was dangerous there for the Rabbitohs, but they've been able to defuse that situation. Ball coming loose in the tackle. Good scramble defence there by the Rabbitohs. They're holding on here, South Darwin, 8 points to 0. 16 left on the clock in the first half. This is a 3 versus 6 game in the DABSCO Premiership. Rabbitohs line is holding strong. Ball comes out the back of the scrum. Domini gets the ball out. They float the ball out to the winger. Can he hold on to it? No. Well, it was probably not the play that they needed when coming out from their own try line to float the ball over the top. The Rabbitohs winger unable to hold on to the ball. It has rolled into touch. It had gone forward anyway. And so the ball will go back to the Palmerston Raiders with the scrum to pack down about 5 metres shy of the Rabbitohs line. The idea was good. The result was not what the Rabbitohs wanted, but it is going to place them under a fair bit of defensive pressure. Walsh will pack the scrum. He'll feed the scrum. He'll have Cabillo deep. Watch for the fade to bring Cabillo back underneath. Keelan, just shy of the try line. Must only be about 2 metres out. They'll go to the left. Kulumatangi looks to barge his way over. Great South Darwin defence there. Able to hold Kulumatangi, one of the bigger players on the field, out. They'll push it to the left, the Raiders. It gets out to the wing. Juggles. I think that ball's gone to ground. Well, great Rabbitohs defence there. No? Well, it's hard to see where I am here. I thought that ball popped out there and may have gone to ground. But it looks like there's a try's been awarded. We'll have to look at the replay after the game on the live stream feed. The Palmerston Raiders, they push the ball out to the left. It's difficult to see where we're placed here from the sideline. We've got no purchase. And the referee has awarded a try to the Palmerston Raiders over on the far left-hand side. Takes the score to 12 points to 0. About 14 left on the clock with the kick to come. Difficult there. Did the cameraman see the ball? Was the ball grounded? He's not too sure either. Well, we'll have a look at that on the replay post-match. Maybe it was the white boots or something that we saw. When we're commentating from TRL Stadium, we're up on the balcony, we've got some great purchase and we're able to check the replays. We are commentating from the sideline, standing on a plastic chair, Frank Hyde style. It's 12 points to 0. Kick to come. Kicks from the sideline. It's a decent effort, but it is waved away. Raiders 12. Rabbitohs 0. Well, South Darwin, they did well in defence, but they placed themselves under pressure. They had a scrum feed. They looked to bring the ball out to their winger. They threw a long pass over the top. The winger was unable to hold on to it. And that's how the Palmerston Raiders ended up with the scrum feed. And they were able to convert that scrum feed into 4 points, 12 points to 0, 13 left on the clock. South's restart. They look for the sideline. They're going to fire the sideline. They get the result that they wanted. Well, that's a smart kick there by South Darwin. Aimed it at the left-hand touchline. It was a great kick in between two Palmerston Raiders players. It skidded off a fairly greasy piece of grass and has gone into touch. So South Darwin will come up with the ball around 30 metres out from the Palmerston Raiders try line with a great opportunity to score some points. With 12 minutes left on this Chemist Warehouse scoreboard, it's 12 points to 0. Rabbitohs feed the scrum. They push it to the open side. Gamini runs straight and hard, wrapped up by some Raiders defenders. Good quick play the ball. They've come out. They'll continue down the right-hand side. About 20 metres out now. They're bunched in the attack here, the South Darwin Rabbitohs. They run from acting half. Throws a dummy. The referee has ruled, I think, forward pass there. Well, they had an opportunity down the short side there, the South Darwin Rabbitohs. Their attack was rather bunched, but the Raiders will come away with it through a scrum feed. About 10 metres from their own try line, the Palmerston Raiders will feed this ball. A fairly narrow back line. They go the blind side, the Raiders. Souths read it well, make the tackle. They'll look to work it out here through some one-off stuff from the Palmerston Raiders. That's 2 tackles there. Another one out ruck there. That's exactly what the Palmerston Raiders need. Get out of this territory and look to get a good kick away to settle this game down. I'll bring it up over the 40-metre line here through Kulamattangi. Good straight running there from the prop forward. Brings it just shy of the halfway. They'll get a nice kick away here, the Palmerston Raiders. That was a good rolling set of 6. A lot of forward work there. The kick chase is good as well. Cabillo's chasing through. And the ball has gone dead in the goal line, which means South Darwin will get to bring it out for a 20-metre restart. Just a bit too much on that kick. It rolled dead in goal. And South Darwin will get to restart play from the 20-metre line here through a tap restart. Well, they're holding their own here, South Darwin. 3 versus 6. One could have expected a much larger scoreline by this stage, but the South Darwin Rabbitohs, they're defending well. They're holding on. And now they've got the ball about 40 metres out from their own try line, centre field. 9 minutes left on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard before we break for half time. And this is Nicky. Crashes through the tackle, but he is wrapped up there. They're into Raiders territory now, the Rabbitohs. And that's Sloan. Ran straight, ran hard. Good run there from Sloan. They're going to run the ball. No, they're going to kick it. Centre field kick. It's come off the side of the boot. Probably not as deep as they want, but the South Darwin Rabbitohs have come up with it. Will they get another kick away? They're looking to get the ball back. They're going to be caught there. The referee rules a knock on. Or some confusion on the field. Was it the 4th? Was it the 5th? South Darwin, they kicked it anyway. Scrum to pack down. Rabbitohs player on the ground at the moment. Referee blows time off with about 8 left on the clock. 12 points to 0 on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. Great conditions for rugby league out here at Warren Park. A little bit cooler this evening. It's been fairly hot and humid today, but it is a cooler evening. Well, this South Darwin's player is going to have to be helped from the field. Looks to have sustained an ankle injury, a left ankle injury possibly, as he's hobbling off the field with the assistance of the trainer. They're not flush with players on the bench, South Darwin. But the effort is there from the Rabbitohs. It's great to see. Plenty of heart. As Wells will come back onto the field. And that will exhaust the bench for the South Darwin Rabbitohs. Wells comes back onto the field. Rabbitohs are now with no one left on the bench. Plenty of heart being shown here by South Darwin Rabbitohs. It's great to see as the Raiders, they go the short side from the scrum. Keelan. Raiders up over the halfway. Thinks that's Suarez. From acting half is Lane. Lane's going to be able to go all the way. He breaks through the tackle. Yes, Jared Lane. Running from acting half, broke through the South Darwin defenders, and he was able to scoot the remaining 40 metres to score the try. Well, that takes the score to 16 points to nil with the kick to come on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. 8 minutes left on the clock. Jared Lane running from acting half after some pretty handy work there from the Palmerston Raiders forwards. Well, South Darwin, they haven't given up, but they are stretched. Only one player on the bench who's carrying an injury at the moment. Trainers assessing, will he be able to come back tonight or will he be ruled out? But they haven't given up, the South Darwin Rabbitohs. They're up against the formidable Palmerston Raiders. Kick is successful. 18 points to nil, 7 left on the clock in the first half here at Warren Park in this DABSCO Premiership Round 13 clash. South Darwin bringing the ball back to the halfway. Rightfully taking their time, sucking in the breaths. They've had to do a lot of defence and they're stretched out there. Palmerston Raiders with a few more players on the bench. They're able to roll the rotations there. Player management. Now the last kick-off, South Darwin looked to the touchline and they got the reward. Will they go the same? They go the short one. It's not going to go the 10. In fact, it bounces about 10 centimetres into Raiders territory before it bounces backwards. So that will result in a Palmerston Raiders penalty on the halfway. You can understand why South Darwin are looking to reclaim the ball from the kickoff, trying to get the ball in hand and make the Palmerston Raiders effect some tackles and use up some petrol. Didn't come off there, but you can see the South Darwin thinking. The Raiders, one tackle into this set of 6, centre field. The Raiders break through the first tackle and the second. That was Suarez with some straight running. Just getting a little bit of a roll on here with Blomley. Lane at acting half again. He was the try scorer with a handy scoot. They'll bring it to the right. As they push the ball out. They've got numbers here, the Raiders. The fullback will able. That's Angus Murphy in jersey number 1. He was able to break through the first tackle and crash over. Well, it was just a numbers game there for the Palmerston Raiders. They received the penalty on the halfway. They worked it to the left. They got it in the red zone and then they put it through the hands. And in jersey number 1, Angus Murphy, in a one-on-one tackle situation, was able to crash through the tackle and score the try. South Darwin, they're just getting stretched here in the back end of this first half. They haven't given up, but they've had to do a lot of defence. They're lacking players on the bench, while the Palmerston Raiders able to get a bit of a roll on, rotate their bench. Welsh will take the kick from about 20 out, sprays it across the front. No, not a successful conversion there, so the score will remain 22 points to nil, 4 minutes on the clock in the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. That South Darwin Rabbitohs player, good to go back on. He's given me the thumbs up. Showing plenty of heart here, the South Darwin Rabbitohs. They're not letting each other down. They're playing injured. They're using up plenty of petrol in the tank, but they're not giving up here, the South Darwin Rabbitohs. They'll restart play here. They'll kick straight and long. Raiders, they'll bring the ball back. Through Murphy, the try scorer. He brings it up to the just shy of the 40-metre line. They'll play the ball back. They'll push it to the left. Blomley breaks through the first. Wrestled in the second tackle. And the referee's found a knock on there and there. Well, that's inspirational stuff there from the South Darwin Rabbitohs. playing with plenty of heart. Great tackle there. The ball has come free. And they'll get a use of the football with a scrum feed set to pack on the halfway. With a full set of 6 in hand. Rabbitohs cross from breaks from the scrum. Gives it to the first receiver. Tackled on the halfway line. Which way will they go? South Darwin. They'll bring it the short side through Gamini. Brings it into Raiders territory. Nicky on the blind. Acting half will look to use Nicky. Will go himself. Tries to get the pass away. South Darwin have come up with the ball. Referee says play on. The ball's gone back. It comes through back through Gamini. Running straight and hard. They're about 30 metres out. South Darwin. They've still got tackles in hand. Wells. No, Pereira, I should say. Is listed. South Darwin, they put it on the toe. Players coming through. It's taken cleanly by the Raiders, but he's met by 2 or 3 South Darwin defenders. He's pushed back. Great piece of defence there from South Darwin. And that will be a goal line dropout. Well, it was a great kick from South Darwin. It was taken cleanly by the Raiders, but the kick chase from 3 South Darwin defenders were able to effect the tackle and push the Raiders player back into the in-goal area, and they are rewarded with a goal line dropout. And with 1:16 left on the clock, they will have enough time for a full set of 6 here, the Rabbitohs. So they look to score their first points in this game. Rabbitohs will come up with it. 30 metres out. Slow play the ball. One out ruck there from the Rabbitohs, just a settler. They look to get a backline set here. Maybe take it through the forwards a few more times before they take it wide. No. They put it on the toe. Nicky's coming through. Will he get the bounce? I think the Raiders might have had to bat that ball back and over the dead ball line. It will be another goal line dropout. Well, South Darwin elected not to use the full set of 6 there. They put the ball on the toe. They didn't get the try, but they got the next best thing, a goal line dropout. But there's 15 seconds left on the clock. Will there be enough time for this kick to take place? Referee wants this goal line dropout to take place. South Darwin will get one more use of the football. They kick along as the siren blares in the background. They've put the ball up the Rabbitohs. The players, I believe, are offside. And the Raiders have a chance to have one final use of the football. Big air swing. Oh, there's some entertaining stuff here. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. The referee will blow half-time there with the score 22 points to 0. Palmerston Raiders leading the South Darwin Rabbitohs at half-time. Well, a pretty entertaining first half here. Plenty of heart shown there by South Darwin. That's half-time. 22 points to 0. We'll just recap some of those scores played earlier this evening. In the True Flow Services Premiership, it was the Palmerston Raiders 48 defeating South Darwin 0. Darwin Brothers over the Northern Sharks 34 points to 4. That was a 1v2 clash. The last time those two teams met, it was a 2-point margin, but this time Darwin Brothers able to win by a 30-point margin. And in the third game, the Litchfield Bears 24 defeated the Nightcliff Dragons 4. Whilst over here in the DABSCO Premiership, full time out there at Webber Park. I believe it is 67 points to 0. 67 points to 0.
Go on to David for the commentary.
He's talking now?
Yeah.
Thanks, Cam. That's good premature cut. Well, that was an entertaining first half at the Rabbit. Warren, we'll go back to him shortly. But we've been round the grounds thanks to McDonald's on the top end, and Cam just keeping us up to date on all the scores. Down in Western Australia, however, if you'd been watching earlier today, it was the Freo Roosters who inflicted the second loss in a row against the reigning premiers and top of the table North Beach Eagles, and that allowed South Perth the opportunity to retake top spot, and they just did it against the Willoughby Bears. Managed to keep them out in an absolute barnstorming game. It was, as we see some highlights earlier today from the Fuel to Go and Play clash between the Freo Roosters and the North Beach Eagles. It was the South Perth Lions 26 who just managed to hold out a fast finishing Willoughby 22. What that means is that South Perth will reclaim top spot across the Fuel to Go and Play Premiership ladder. And down in Rockingham won 2 in a row, would you believe it? A resurgence down at Shark Park. They defeated the Joondalup Giants 20 points to 10. So they found some really good form late in the year. But what does it mean as far as the Fuel to Go and Play Premiership and the race towards the finals? The top 4 teams playing each other today. Well, as far as I'm concerned, the race to the cup, the race to the flag is well and truly open. The Willoughby Bears pushing the South Perth Lions right to the edge. And the Freo Roosters doing a number on the North Beach Eagles to inflict their second loss in a row. So it's pretty exciting at footy across the park. And up in the top end, we've got another 40 minutes of the DABSCO Premiership. We see the Rabbitohs on screen there. We're going to take a quick break, allow Cam, who's been running all between the grounds. He's done a fantastic job. In fact, the entire team, the top end, has done an absolutely brilliant job putting a pivot after we lost the second half of the game on field 1. We're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere for top end footy. Super Saturday. We'll see you shortly. Welcome back to TRL Stadium. The Rabbit Warren. We're going to throw down to Cam for the final 40 minutes of Super Saturday. I'm sure Cam can hear me. Well, no, actually, no, he can't hear me. So we're going to wait for the call for Cam at the ground. It currently is the Rabbitohs trailing in this one to the Raiders 22. So get ready for the first half. If Cam, you can call, go away, take it away, I should say, for the second 40. The end of Super Saturday.
Yeah, g'day, Dave. We are back for the second half here in this round 13 DABSCO Premiership clash between South Darwin Rabbitohs and the Palmerston Raiders. Now in this second half, it will be South Darwin that are running left to right on your screen. The Raiders are running from right to left. On the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard, it is the Raiders 22 that lead the South Darwin Rabbitohs 0. As South Darwin kick off to restart play here. Raiders will bring it back with gusto. Breaks through the first tackle. It's great to see that this game going into the second half, of course, the previous game that we were calling, the Darwin Brothers versus Northern Sharks game, was called off at halftime, called off by the Sharks. South Darwin are really stretched with players, but they're battling on, showing plenty of heart as the Raiders are on the attack here. Into South Darwin territory through Angus Murphy, the fullback. Well, they've made good metres here, the Palmerston Raiders, in that set of 6. Lane. They push it wide through Walsh. He gets an offload. Ball's gone to ground. Referee will rule the knock-on against the... Which way will he go on this one? Scrum to pack down here. Will be a Palmerston Raiders scrum feed here. Referee right on the spot to call that one. Keelan at first receiver. He'll push it out to Jevdanovic. Straight and hard, running off the pivot. Gets a relatively quick play, the ball back to Lane. They'll go the short side through Walker. Great tackle there from South Darwin. 2 players affect the tackle. Raiders right on the attack in the early stages. Lane from acting half. Great tackle there from the mark to the defence. Blomley. They push it wide, the Raiders. Walsh stands. Can't get the offload away. 2 in the tackle there from South Darwin. The line is holding. A little bit of push and shove. Referee blows time off. As the players are separated. Well, the Palmerston Raiders right on attack here. Referee going to get his report from the touch judge before he makes his decision on this one. The Raiders defensive line, sorry, the South Darwin defensive line was holding there. Still waiting for the referee to talk to the South Darwin player. Nicky in question, Moses, Nicky. Raiders getting their back line set. Now the referee looks to have sent Moses Nicky from the field. We didn't get eyes on what actually happened there when those 2 players came together. Disappointing for South Darwin there. Their defensive line was holding. They were already short on players. Now they've had a player sent from the field. It's just going to put South Darwin under more pressure here. The referee will blow a penalty.
change room, mate. You're done.
So this will be a Raiders ball. Referee still going on with his discussions with the players. Walsh and Blomley in there. Moses Nicky, jersey number 4 for South Darwin Rabbitohs, sent from the field. All right, so there we have it. One player sent from the field, a penalty awarded to the Palmerston Raiders. So the Raiders right on attack. South Darwin a man short now on the field. And this is Brown Strath. Rabbitohs hold him out. I'll bring it to the left through Keelan. Double pumps, ball into touch. Well done, South Darwin. They're able to hold on there. But now they're under more pressure, playing with just 12 men on the field. Suarez coming back on for the South Darwin Rabbitohs. Play restarts through a South Darwin play the ball. Their centre field. Runs from acting half. Good defence there from the Raiders. Just a one-out ruck there from South Darwin. Ball comes out. What's the referee going to rule there? He's going to rule a knock-on against the Palmerston Raiders. It was a fair one-on-one tackle, but the ball has been reefed out by a Raiders player and has gone towards the South Darwin try line. So it will be a scrum set to pack with the South Darwin loose head in the feed. Rabbits, they'll go to the left. First receiver looked to Gamini, elected to go himself. Brought down on the 40-metre line. There's a little bobble there in the play the ball. Well, they needed to hold the ball, the South Darwin Rabbitohs. They're down to 12 players on the field with a player sent from the field. They're stretched on the bench. And now they're giving the ball back to the Palmerston Raiders, 40 metres out from their try line. Of course, this game is coming to you from the Rabbit Warren Park, Field 3 at TRL Stadium. As the Raiders pick it up from the scrum base, promote the ball 10 metres. They're about 30 metres out. There's a knock on there from the Raiders from acting half. Well, a little bit messy at the moment in this game. 2 knock-ons in the play ball in quick succession. South Darwin need to hold this ball for a full set of 6 and really reduce the time that Palmerston Raiders have ball in hand. I'll go the blind side, the Rabbitohs. Good run there. Caught the blind side defence napping a little bit. We're able to pick up some metres there. The Rabbitohs, they'll bring it to the halfway. Kibulo, strong tackle there, standing tackle. Will be able to play the ball without going to ground. Raiders push the Rabbitohs defenders back. South Darwin, Gamini, met solidly by Keelan, up over the halfway. Good solid run, good solid hit. They'll run from acting half. This is the South Darwin hooker in cross. 5th and last. They'll come up with an error, South Darwin. Well, they were looking to get a good kick away there, but it breaks down on the last tackle for the South Darwin Rabbitohs. Referee's blown time off. We've got cross down for the Rabbitohs. We've got a Raiders player, looks to be cramping up. .33 minutes left on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. It is 22 points to 0. Although the scoreboard is showing 22 points to 1, it is 22 points to 0. Cross has been assessed. He's going to stay on the field. Gets himself back into the defensive line. That mistake on the fifth and last, so it is just a turnover through a play the ball. As the Raiders back on the attack through Walker. Up over the halfway, good solid run. Straight and hard. Lane from acting half. One up, Rock. Angles it back in at the markers. Good run there by Blomley. They're picking up some easy metres here, the Raiders, through the centre of the field. Lane. They push it to Walsh. Walsh gets the ball out, has to go behind him. Cabillo comes back up with the ball. Still going, Cabillo. Will he be able to crash over the line? He's over the line, is he not? No, the Rabbitohs, their defensive line has just been able to bring Cabillo down just shy of the try line. And I think the Raiders have been able to go over from acting half through Blomley. The lock forward in jersey 13, Blake Blomley, picks the ball up from acting half, just able to sidestep the marker and plant the ball down. Raiders really able to make some easy metres through the centre of the field there. All they needed to do was run from acting half or one out rucks. South Darwin, they're stretched with 12 on the field. They're stretched with only one player on the bench, but they haven't given up. And now it's 26 points to 0, 32 minutes left on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. Jack Walsh, the Raiders, 5/8, takes the kick from in front. Flags go up. Conversion is successful. 28 points to 0. Raiders leading the Rabbitohs here at Warren Park. 31 minutes left on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard clock. Rabbitohs will restart play. They'll kick to the right-hand side. Taken on the full cleanly by the Raiders winger. He'll bring it back. That was Mateos Hayes. He runs centre field. He's been able to run a long way, almost to the halfway. He ran further sideways than he did forward. Eventually wrapped up by Gamini. And another South Darwin defender. And this is Walker. He gets an offload around the corner to his fullback in Murphy. Murphy into the Rabbitohs 40-metre line. Keelan to Kolomatangi. Centres it straight and hard. They've got options both sides. Blomley shapes it on the right. It's Blomley out to Walsh. They'll push it further. That brings out to the winger. Ball has gone to ground there. Referee said there is a knock on. The ball has gone to ground. South Darwin will come up with the ball. Scrum to pack. About 20 metres out from the South Darwin line. Bringing you this commentary this evening from the touchline, from ground level. After the Darwin brothers and Northern Sharks game was called off at half-time, the Sharks called the game off with Darwin brothers leading 22 points to 6. Rabbitohs restart play. Now we're round 13 I think our top four is set now for the DABSCO Premiership Final Series. Litchfield Bears look like they will be our minor premiers as Gimini gets a line break here. He's still going Gimini. Well, this is entertaining stuff. Almost able to get it to the halfway. Able to break through the line was Kane Gimini. As I was saying, the top four for the DABSCO Premiership Final Series looks to be set here in round 13 of a round 15 competition. Looks like it'll be Raiders, then Bears, then Brothers, then Raiders. And with the Dragons, we'll look to finish in fourth position now after the Sharks called off that game at half-time. There's an error has been found, a little bobble in the play the ball. Northern Sharks, they've featured in the grand finals for the past few seasons. Well, they won't feature in the DABSCO Premiership Final Series this year. They'll finish in fifth position. South Darwin will finish in sixth. But they're showing plenty of heart here tonight, South Darwin Rabbitohs. Not giving up against the Palmerston Raiders, who are starting to get a little bit of a roll on. Lane at acting half. He'll run. He'll go himself, Lane. He'll break through. Will they be able to stop him? They will bring him down. Picked up plenty of metres there. Jared Lane running from acting half. He had Kulumatangi on his left. He didn't need to use him. Now this is Blomley. He goes from the right. He'll crash over. Well, Blomley picks up another try. Jared Lane picking up plenty of metres from the acting half. Good quick play the ball. They push to the right through Blake Blomley. And just bodies in motion, getting a roll on, and Blake Blomley is able to crash over for another try for the Palmerston Raiders. Now that is 32 points to nil. 27 minutes left on the clock with a kick to come. Jack Walsh lining up this conversion for the Palmerston Raiders. Another one from right in front. Flags go up. Conversion successful. 34-0. Raiders over the Rabbitohs on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. Still 26 minutes left on the clock. Well, the Raiders really getting a roll on here. But you've got to give it to South Darwin. They're not giving up. South Darwin shaping to kick short, I think, for this one. And they do. But the Raiders are able to protect the sideline. And that's Jevdanovic who comes up from the ball. South Darwin electing to drive the ball into the ground at the sideline. But Jevdanovic read it well. And the South Darwin defenders were on the spot, only needing to run 10 metres. And that's 2 tackles gone now. South Darwin looking to try and slow down these Palmerston Raiders forwards that are really getting a roll on. Lane from acting half. They push to the short side. This is Walsh. They go further afield through Houlihan. The ball's gone to ground. South Darwin have come up with it. Can he stay in the field? He drops the ball in an effort to stay in the field of play. The referee looks to be ruling a knock-on against the Palmerston Raiders, so it looks like it will be a South Darwin Rabbitohs ball. South Darwin to pack this scrum. They feed, comes out, they'll go one off. Good solid hit there from Jevdanovic on the first receiver from South Darwin Rabbitohs. Bring it to the right, the Rabbitohs. Now that's been stolen from a Palmerston Raiders player. Must have been just shy. Referee rules there's been a knock on there. Must have been just shy of the second defender joining the tackle. The ball was stripped in a one-on-one tackle. He is ruling there's been a South Darwin knock on. So it will be a Raiders loose head and the feed inside Rabbitohs territory. Scrum to pack down, 35 metres out from the Rabbitohs try line. They go the open side. Kulamantangi standing at first receiver. Good settling run from the prop forward for the Raiders. They're about 15 metres out now. Lane from acting half. They push it again to the right. Great one-on-one tackle there from the Rabbitohs. You could hear that from the sideline. Walsh. Out to Cabillo. Cabillo wrestled by two Rabbitohs defenders. Definitely haven't given up. Remember, they're defending with 12 players here, the South Darwin Rabbitohs. They are holding on in this set of 6. As the Rabbitohs players come up quickly on Keelan. Keelan's able to bounce and spin. There's a player down for Rabbitohs. The player who bolted up very quickly on Keelan. It was a solid hit. He's gotten to his feet. He'll get back into the defensive line. Keelan will have to play the ball just shy of the try line. That will be a penalty to the Raiders. South Darwin defenders going too early. So another set of 6 here for the Raiders. Kulamantangi will take the ball, look to crash over. He'll be able to get there. Well, that's reward for effort there. For Devita Kulamantangi, the Palmerston Raiders, prop forward in jersey number 8. He took the first hit up from the penalty, broke from the first tackle, stepped to his right, and was able to dive over right under the black dot to extend this lead to 38 points to 0 with a kick to come. Rabbitohs defending with 12, one player on the bench. They're trying to rotate their forwards through and give them a break when they can, but they haven't given up South Darwin. They're trying hard. As Walsh adds the extras, that will take the score to 40 points to 0. 21 minutes left on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. Raiders over the Rabbitohs. So if we go back to that DABSCO Premiership top 4, that first week of the finals is looking likely that it will be a Bears v Brothers game with the winner to go through to the grand final, which means the elimination semi-final will be between the Palmerston Raiders and the Nightcliff Dragons. The loser will be eliminated. The winner will play the loser of the Brothers Bears game as we get closer to the DABSCO Premiership final series. Rabbitohs go for a short kickoff, but Blomley read it well, takes the ball on the 40-metre line, met by South Darwin defenders. Waka, another great run there from Lapani Waka. Lane at acting half. Plenty of Palmerston Raiders lining up to take this ball, but they haven't been able to handle it there. That will be a knock-on. South Darwin needed that chance to catch their breath Chance to get the ball back through this scrum feed. As the scrum packs down, there's a waft of sausages coming from the barbecue. Axel's not here on the sideline tonight, but if he was, I knew he'd be checking that out. We've got some fireworks in the background at the Darwin show this evening. Of course, it's been show weekend. But here at Warren Park, it is the Rabbitohs up against the Raiders. Rabbitohs with the ball in hand, just on the halfway. Referee just checking with his touch judge there. Looks like he's ruling a forward pass, the touch judge. Yes, that's the call from the touch judge. Referee gets a call. A forward pass there, scrum to pack down. It will be a Raiders feed. I can see why Axel loves those hot dogs when he's on the sideline. You get all the smells from their canteen. That barbecue smells sensational from here. Kulumatangi with the ball. Great one-on-one tackle there. He'll play the ball back to Keelan. He gives it off to Blomley. Great run back at the markers there, Blake Blomley. He's looking for more tries. He's picked up a few already. Lane will get himself into acting half. He's got Walker on the short side. He'll go the open side through Keelan. Keelan will spread the ball out to Walsh. Walsh will get the ball. It goes behind Cabillo. It is play on, I believe, here. No, referee is going to rule a penalty there in an offside position. Penalty to South Darwin. Raiders players caught in an offside position. They'll kick for touch here, the Rabbitohs. They'll find the touch line about 41 metres out from their own try line. 40 points to nil, 17 left on the clock. Be great to see the Rabbitohs mount an attack and get over the try line before full time. Three defenders it takes to bring down the South Darwin Rabbitohs forward there. Oh, he's taken that ball well. Had to dive to take the ball. No knock on there. Play on. He'll play the ball back. Some good Raiders defence centre field there. The Rabbitohs, they're trying hard, but they're out of petrol. Electing to keep the ball in close to the ruck. Juggles the first receiver, puts the ball down. And there'll be a Raiders penalty there. I think he ruled offside there. Raiders now to kick for touch. Walsh will kick to the far touch line. The Raiders will go back on the attack. Walsh will tap the ball. And who's going to line up for this ruck? Raiders players lining up in 6s and 7s to take the ball. And this is Kamain Ravusa. Rabbitohs inside the 10. Kamain Ravusa was getting a big wind up before the penalty was blown. They'll go again here, the Raiders. Blomley, he's looking for more. Plays the ball just under the black dot there. And it looks from acting half, it's probably Lane. Yes, Jared Lane. He had players to his left, he had players to his right. He elected to go himself and was able to find a way through there from acting half. Well, the Palmerston Raiders are lining up for rucks. They're lining up for tries now. And that will take the score to 44 points to nil with a kick to come. David Russell and Kobe McGrath coming back onto the field for the Raiders. as is Mackenzie Brownstrath. We've spoken about this so much. The difference between these top 3 and bottom 3 teams is consistency in the lineup 1 through to 13 and also having a full bench. You can see here the Raiders able to rotate their players through tonight, give their players plenty of breathers as that kick is successful, a successful conversion. It's now the Raiders 46, the Rabbitohs 0. And you want the heart that the Rabbitohs are showing tonight, but a few extra players on the bench would help. They kick to the opposite sideline this time, South Darwin. It's red on the other side, on the far side. And that looks like it's Jevdanovic going to bring it back. Great run there. In fact, it's Cabillo up over the 40-metre line. Eventually brought down by South Darwin defenders. Good quick play. The ball. Lane gets it onto Blomley. Blomley taking another run. They push it out to the winger here. In jersey number 5 is Mateus Hayes. He scored the first try of the evening. He darts back in centre field. He is trying to find a way through. He has. Well, he's come from the left wing. He's taken the ball back centre field. He's weaved his way through and dives over for his second try of the evening, Mateus Hayes. And that brings up the 50 points for Palmerston Raiders here. Kick to come. 13 minutes left on the clock. And how good is Blake Blomley going? Every time Palmerston Raiders have the ball, he's looking for a quick to play the ball and get the ball on the advantage line, either running it himself or giving good service to inside or outside runners. Kulamatangi, he's done a lot of work as well, as has Keelan. Lapani Waka, jersey number 11, he's also been strong. And Jack Walsh lining up yet another kick. This time just to the left of the uprights. And he slots it through, 52 points to 0. 12 minutes left on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard, 52 points to 0. Raiders over the Rabbitohs. And we come back yet again for yet another South Darwin Rabbitohs kick restart. They've been electing to go for the short kicks. They've got a couple of results with getting the ball back, but the Raiders are reading it well. They've got players placed on the touchline ready for these short kickoffs. They're probably better off going long with this one, South Darwin. Cabillo and Jevdanovic placed on either side, about 12 metres into territory. They do go another short kickoff. This time they go high. They don't drive it towards the touchline. They go for the short rugby union style kickoff, but the Raiders have come up with the ball. They were quick out of there from the markers. The Raiders will come with the ball. They'll try to run around the South Darwin Rabbitohs here. And this is Brownstrath. He'll get a quick play the ball back. Blomley at acting half. He'll go himself again. Blake Blomley. Straight, hard running from acting half. Easy metres there. Lane. To Walsh. To Keelan. They'll push it out to the winger. The ball has gone to ground. Well, they put the ball through the hands. Kobe McGrath got it out to his winger. I think it was Liam Houlihan who was unable to take that ball to ground, and South Darwin will come up with the ball. There's about 10 minutes left on the clock. Great to see South Darwin. They'll get another opportunity to have a set of 6 in attack. One out stuff here from South Darwin. They juggle it and it's gone juggled straight into the hands of a Palmerston Raiders player. So the Raiders have come up with the ball and are back on the attack through Cabillo down the short side. And Cabillo won't be stopped. He's able to drive his way over there, just in from the touchline. Well, there was a juggle from a South Darwin player. The ball went straight into the Palmerston Raiders hands. And from the first play, the ball, it went to Cabillo. And Gregorio Cabillo down the short side is able to charge over and score a try. Walsh will get an opportunity to kick this one close to the sideline. You can hear the Palmerston Raiders calling for the pickle juice out on the field. Players must be starting to cramp up in the back end of this game. All right, Walsh. Jack Walsh from the sideline. Unsuccessful conversion. So the score remains 56 points to 0 on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. Just under 8 minutes left of play here. We're out at Warren Park, field number 3 at TRL Stadium. Our mid-live stream game between Darwin Brothers and the Northern Sharks called off by the Northern Sharks, with Brothers leading 22 points to 6. We race the cameras over. We're calling the game from ground level, from the sideline. And it's the South Darwin Rabbitohs showing plenty of courage here tonight as they take on the Palmerston Raiders. They haven't given up. They had a man sent from the field, Moses Nicky. And so they're battling on with 12 players on the field, 1 player on the bench, as the Raiders juggle it with the restart. But there's no knock on there. Slow play the ball there. Walsh. They're going to bring it wide now, the Raiders. Lockie Wade unable to hold on to the ball. The Rabbitohs will come up with it. Referee has ruled the South Darwin player to go back and play the ball on the mark, so the Rabbitohs will get to retain possession. They'll run from acting half. He hurt himself in that tackle. You could hear him from the sideline here. I think he got kneed there in the contact. Gets to his feet. He'll stay on the field and play the ball. And that's great. Courageous play there from the South Darwin Rabbitohs. We've seen plenty of that from them tonight. Just in front of us, just shy of the halfway. Straight and hard. They've got a deep back line here, South Darwin set. Will they use the back line? They will use the back line. The ball goes behind and the player loses his footing. And the Raiders bolter was good. He was onside. Just when he lost his footing there, South Darwin player looked to have injured his right leg. Six minutes left on the clock. As we said earlier, it is beautiful conditions out here at Warren Park. It's 26 degrees. Humidity has fallen away the further we've got into the evening. There is a light breeze. It is favouring South Darwin. It's not strong enough to affect any kicking games, but there is a slight breeze blowing across the field. Well, South Darwin are going to lose another player in this battle of attrition. He did well, this player. He was injured earlier in the game. He went back out on the field, gets clapped from the field. And that's the heart we're seeing from South Darwin tonight. There's plenty of heart in this club. Players haven't given up, battling on through injury and energy depletion. They'll be cramping up now with about 5 minutes left on the clock. But they still keep to work it through their forwards, South Darwin. They'll get a kick away. This is the first kick we've seen from them in a long time. Taken on the full from the Palmerston Raiders winger, and he'll bring it back through centre field. Brought down there by Gamini. The Raiders through Cabillo. Gets to his feet again. No, he's told to go back and play the ball on the mark. 40 metres out from the South Darwin line. They'll put it through the hands. Blomley straightens up, breaks through the first line of defence. Can't get through the second line of defence. Lane and acting half. They'll pull it to the left. Keelan. This is out to Walsh. Jevdanovic juggles with the ball, retains possession, brings it back in field. He'll find a way through, will he? No. Great South Darwin defence will hold them out just short of the try line. Referee blows his whistle. He's ruling that he's got it down, has he? Very hard to see from this angle here. It looked like South Darwin affected the tackle, but he must have been able to plant the ball down as he fell to the ground. Raiders in that set of six electing to work it through the middle, just to the right-hand side of the uprights before they set their back line to the left. And it was Jevdanovic who took it to the left, brought it back to the right. And as the tackle was being effected, was able to plant the ball down as he fell backwards. Must have just got it over the try line. 60 points to nil with Walsh lining this kick up to add the extras. Successful conversion, 62 points to nil. 3.5 left on the clock. Only a couple more uses of the football left in this DABSCO Premiership Round 13 clash between the Raiders and South Darwin. South Darwin will restart yet again. They'll kick to that sideline again. It bounces. And the referee's going to rule a knock on there, so this one's going to work out for South Darwin. And there's 2.5 left on the clock. Come on, South Darwin, let's lift and get over before full time. What, about 2 minutes left on the clock. South Darwin with these kick-off. They kick to the far touchline, the left-hand touchline for South Darwin. Raiders unable to control the football, come up with the mistakes. So South Darwin with Gamini. He's going to kick it on the first. Oh, well, the ball's come out there. Referee's going to rule that the ball has been grounded in the in-goal area. South Darwin with a full set of 6, kicked on the first through Kane Gamini. The ball did pop out from the Palmerston Raiders winger, but referees ruled that it has been grounded. So they will get another opportunity, South Darwin, to score. The ball goes straight through the player's legs. He'll bring it back 40 metres out from the Raiders try line. The Rabbitohs just one out. This is the time to throw it around. There's an error there, just a bobble there from acting half from Cross. There will be time for this scrum to pack and possibly 1 or 2 tackles for the Raiders. The Raiders an opportunity to add some more points before full time is blown. And put a kick through the Raiders. Rabbitohs will come up with it. As full time is blown here, it's the Palmerston Raiders 62, the South Darwin Rabbitohs 0 in this round 13 DABSCO Premiership clash. Well done to all players and officials.
You're just going to sign off. Going to be signing off.
I can get someone to do it.
Don't worry about it, mate. All good? Don't worry.
Wait.
Well, 62 points to 0 here, the Palmerston Raiders over the South Darwin Rabbitohs. Rabbitohs not giving up, playing for the full 80 minutes here. And in the end, it was just too many players on the bench, too much petrol in the tank, and too much consistency from the Palmerston Raiders. The Raiders next week will face the Sharks and then the Bears in round 15. Next week in the DABSCO Premiership, we'll have the Palmerston Raiders up against the Northern Sharks. And what a cracker this game will be. Darwin Brothers up against the Litchfield Bears. And in South Darwin, they've got an opportunity up against the Nightcliff Dragons. Well, it's been a battle of attrition here tonight for the South Darwin Rabbitohs. They've played through to the final siren. We'll see if we can line up an interview here, Dave McRae, just before we throw back to you. All right, well, we're here on the touchlines with Daniel Keelan, who was playing for the Palmerston Raiders tonight in jersey number 24. A big win tonight, 62 points over the South Darwin Rabbitohs. I tell you what, the Rabbitohs, they didn't give up tonight, did they?
No, they didn't. They come in pretty short. They had 13 or 14 players. A couple of boys went down and they toughed it out. A couple of boys come back on and finished the game off well. You've got to be happy with the way you guys played, just getting a real roll on there in the forwards. Every time there was a play the ball, the Palmerston Raiders forwards seemed to be lining up, almost fighting over who was going to take that next run. Yeah, no, it's good to see. They're working from now until 3 games until finals. Boys are starting to get their match fitness up, a bit keen, and also not really tough opposition, but if you ran the wrong line, the boys are going to whack you. So we still run the right lines, and all the boys are still keen, so it's good. Yeah, plenty of heart shown out there from South Darwin. They lost a player sent-off midway through that game, and then they were pretty short on the bench here, but they played through the full 80 minutes there. You were playing at first receiver often tonight, playing on one side of the ruck there. Is that a position that you'll look to play going into the final series? No, I'm just filling out. We've got a couple of injuries going through, and if the club and team needs me, then I'll have a run. I normally sit back and coach and let the young fellas do it, but yeah. It was good to see you back out there tonight. Yeah, Jack Walsh in 5'8", he looked creative in the halves. Who else impressed you out there tonight for the Raiders? I think all our forwards stood up a bit. They, like you said earlier, they were hungry for the ball. Our defence, we kept them to 0, so make a big emphasis on our forwards doing the hard work in the middle and let the boys at the back shine. You've got the Sharks next week, and then in round 15 you take on the top of the table Litchfield Bears. How do you see things heading into the finals? If we get a couple of boys back, we're looking pretty strong. If we keep doing the hard work we're doing now, leading into it, then I think we're looking pretty good. The way the top 4 is shaping up, it looks like it will be the Bears will take on Brothers, and you guys will take on the Nightcliff Dragons in the elimination finals. Yeah, thoughts on taking on the Dragons in that elimination in a few weeks? We played them last week, and we sort of give them a bit of a touch-up. But, finals footy is a different sort of footy. If you don't turn up, then you get knocked out pretty easy. So we're looking forward to the challenge, and it'll be good to watch Litchfield and Brothers take each other out. So yeah, the top 3 have been so impressive all season. Daniel, 62 points to 0 here in tonight's clash. Congratulations to you and the team. Go and enjoy tonight's victory. No worries, mate. Thanks very much for that, eh? Too easy, buddy. Thanks, Dave. Well, there you have it, 62 points to 0 here at Warren Park in this round 13 clash. We'll throw back down to WA here in the DABSCO Premiership.
Thank you, Cam and team at the top end. Top end rugby league finishing off at Warren Park. The Rabbit Warren managed to pivot pretty well. Just around the grounds, thanks to McDonald's, the DABSCO Premiership wrapping up round 13. It was the Brothers in the end taking the points against the Northern Sharks in a rather strange end to that one. More to come on that, I'm sure. The top of the table, Litchfield Bears 67 over the Nightcliff Dragons 0. And, of course, the last game, the one we just saw, the Raiders 62 doing a number on the Bunnies. And that means the Bears still sit atop the DABSCO Premiership ladder. The Brothers in second, Raiders in third, Nightcliff Dragons in fourth, followed by the Sharks and the South Darwin Rabbitohs. And, of course, the fuel to go and play a Premiership, which we started on here in WA in Super Saturday. It was the Fremantle Roosters 34. It's 34, inflicting the North Beach Seagulls second loss in a row, 34-6. And the South Perth Lions just got over the line against a fast-finishing Willagee Bears, 26 points to 22, managing to reclaim that top spot on top of the Fuel to Go play Premiership ladder. And the Rockingham Sharks, for the first time this year, claimed back-to-back wins, defeating the Joondalup Giants 30 points to 20. What does that mean on the ladder? It means that South Perth Lions on the Fuel to Go play Premiership ladder is now back in top spot with 11 wins, followed by the North Beach Seagulls. The Willagee Bears up into third, the Freo Roosters in fourth, and the Rockingham and Joondalup wrapping up, as we see there, some wrapping up in the highlights. Wrapping up the bottom of the table. It's been a long, big day of rugby league on Super Saturday. West Coast and top end rugby league. Had a few pivots, had a few changes of direction, but we had some pretty good rugby league. It's been fantastic to bring it to you as always, and we'll catch you next week starting on Friday on NRL Pathways for the best of community rugby league. We'll see you then.